before, like you might not be here, right?
I'm gonna leave in like in half an hour.
Oh.
Do you need anything? Let me know.
Yeah, we have other brothers here.
Okay, okay. What's your name again?
Ikram.
Ikram. MashaAllah. Barakallah feek. Yeah, Ikram. Set this up. Thank you.
Baba, Baba,
Yeah.
class
We're
now
live now.
working.
Yeah.
Let me start this. Inshallah, we're going to start in like 1 minute or 2 minutes. Isnillah. Yeah, Javon, are we recording as well?
I can record it.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Audio and video.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me know when you're ready. Yeah, let's get started. Bismillah, walhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man walah. Okay. Okay, so I'm ready. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah khairan for coming. And I want to thank the Prince George's Muslim Association for allowing us to host this work. Assalamu alaikum. I want to thank the Prince George's Muslim Association for allowing us to hold this workshop here. And I certainly want to thank Brother Ashraf Ali for reaching out to us and giving us an opportunity to put this together. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Jamil Alam Johnson. I'm the president of the Prince George's County Muslim Council. We are a political and civic association whose mission is to get the Muslim community more involved in the civic and political affairs of Prince George's County. But part of that also includes economic issues, getting us more involved in the economic issues for the benefit of our families and for the community. One of the things that we did at the conference, as many of you know, we talked about the issue of Sharia compliant finance. We had a number of people with economic development agencies come out and talk to people about opportunities. So this kind of fit right in. We recently have formed an economic development committee. So alhamdulillah, the timing on this was excellent in regards to Brother Ashraf being in the country and reaching out and giving us an opportunity to learn more about Sharia compliant finance. The interesting thing I find interesting, I've done some study of it, obviously not to this level, a little bit of my own few classes, is that many times when we're talking about the issue of Islamic finance, you know, it's not like the way the salat is. It's salat in Islam. There's only one way to do it. You're talking about finance that is compliant, financing things that are compliant with the Sharia, that don't violate any of its laws. So for index, For instance, you have companies that may fit into a Sharia compliant index that are companies that you know, like Microsoft. You know, Apple, some of these companies actually fit Sharia compliant indexes, not because they decided to go that way, but their simple financial structure happens to fit in that which does not violate the Sharia. So, alhamdulillah, this is a great opportunity. Brother Ashraf Ali, who is local here, was educated here, who now is in Saudi Arabia and has been working in the Sharia compliant finance area for the past 10 years, and is taking this opportunity to help spread out information on it so that as we function economically, as you know, our money should be halal, both how we earn it and how we spend it and how we invest it should be halal. So this gives us an opportunity to have a better education on it. I want to thank all of you for coming. For those of you who may not be familiar with the Prince George's County Muslim Council, when you go outside, there are brochures on the table. It's very important for the work that we do. Our work is about working as a community, about being united, working together, having the numbers and having the support. So inshallah, before you leave, please take a brochure, go to the website, learn about what we do, and hopefully, inshallah, become a member. So Jazakallah khairan. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Brother Ashraf Ali. Assalamu alaikum.
بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم وفقنا لما تحب وترضى وأهدنا ووصينا إلى البر والتقوى. First, I just want to thank our brother Jamil for the effort in arranging this event. Alhamdulillah. And I really appreciate that. And PGMA for hosting this event, alhamdulillah, jazakumullah khair. And all of you for taking your time out, this night, Friday evening, this blessed evening, to come and spend some time studying about Islamic finance. And hopefully it can give you something that is of benefit. And everyone who is online, mashallah, from different locations, I want to thank you and welcome you. And this session, my goal for this session is not just for it to be a one-way thing, but my goal really is to learn from you as much as I am going to, inshallah, share information, because I feel that there is a need for more conversation on Islamic finance in America. It's a huge industry, there is a lot of potential, and I hope that this can be the catalyst and the spark for us to, inshallah, work more together and to increase this industry and to give more and more alternatives for Muslims as well as non-Muslims who are seeking to do finance and business in a way that is more ethical and in line with the religious principles, inshallah. And so I hope that there will be a lot of questions and discussions, bi'idhnillah. So with that, let's begin. And I wanted to just start off with my story in Islamic finance. Why am I here right now today with you? And I was born and raised here in America, and when I went to undergraduate, I was looking for an area to benefit Muslims in America, trying to see what is it that we need as a community. And so I asked a lot of different scholars, what do we need? What do we need? So I can try to go into that area. So some of them said we need banking, we need finance. And I didn't know that there was such thing as Islamic finance. I graduated in 2005 from university, 2000 from high school. So I decided to study finance with the hopes of merging this with Islamic studies. And so I was studying finance and studying all of this riba stuff, bonds, interest, corporate finance, and I had no idea how this could ever be beneficial. But nonetheless, I continued doing it. And then after I finished, alhamdulillah, I moved to California and worked with a company there doing Islamic finance. And then I started my own company. And then I ended up going to Saudi Arabia and studying Sharia there. And studying Sharia, and I was really introduced to the big Islamic finance industry in Saudi Arabia, where over there now maybe 50% of the financial industry in Saudi Arabia is Islamic, or maybe more than 50%. And I've been there for the past 6 years. So, alhamdulillah, now I wanted to take whatever experiences and bring them here to, inshallah, realize this dream that I've always had of helping Muslims find alternatives. And that's a dream that, inshallah, we can all do together, bi'idhnillah. So that's why I'm here today. Okay. Now, what's our agenda, bi'idhnillah? The discussion is going to revolve around 3 main topics. One is an overview of the Islamic finance industry, the process of what are the rules of Islamic transactions, what is riba, what is gharar, these kind of concepts, and how do scholars oversee and control Islamic finance companies. That's going to be the first part. How fatwa is made, that's going to be the first part, inshallah. The second part is going to be about how Islamic finance is done, different financing methods, and the third about investments. And although I have the slides, and inshallah what I would like to do is, hopefully, and if anybody has questions or comments, disagreements, whatever, just please feel free to go ahead and share those. Hopefully we have enough time to cover all of those things, bi'idhnillah. And for people who are online, inshallah, you can just email the email address, which is ashraf@capitalislamic.com, and I will receive your email on my phone, and I will, inshallah, address your question in the audience, bi'idhnillah. So that's the plan. Yeah.
So this is streaming now?
Yes.
Live? What is the link?
The link is on my website, capitalislamic.com, and over there's a link for the live streaming. Click it, it's on YouTube. It's streaming on YouTube. Okay, so with that, the first question, what is Islamic finance? And basically, Islamic finance is 2 words, finance and Islamic. And it's basically financing activities and investment activities that don't go against Sharia. We have a rule in transactions, and like Brother Jamil alluded to that in acts of worship, the rule is that you cannot worship Allah except in a way that is sanctioned by Sharia. You can't decide to pray dhuhr 8 rak'ahs, or you can't make up your new form of worship that has no basis in Sharia, right? And that's the type of fiqh that we're used to. In transactions, it's different. In transactions, the rule is that everything is allowed. You can do any kind of transaction, right? Unless it's haram. Unless you have a text that says this is haram. And there are a lot of, scholars talk about this concept. And they say that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us in the Quran, وَالَّذِي خَلَقَ لَكُم مَا فِي الْأَرْضِ جَمِيعًا. He created for you everything on earth for you to use. Everything. So therefore, these types of activities in the world, worldly activities, everything is allowed. Unless we have a particular hadith or ayah that tells us, or rule that tells us this is not allowed. So that's what Islamic finance is. It's financing that goes along with the rules of Sharia. Okay. So there are some principles, broad principles to understand Islamic finance. And the first one is the concept, it starts from the moment of creation of human beings, which is when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, when He created Adam, He said, Azza wa Jal, Inni ja'ilun fil ardi khalifa. I will place on earth a khalifa, a vicegerent. And in the word khalifa, it implies that there is a responsibility. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us in Surah Al-Fatiha, right, وَمِمَّا رَزَقْنَاهُمْ يُنْفِقُونَ, that they give from what we have given them. It implies, actually, it's directly telling us that everything that we have, Allah has given to us, which means that we have a responsibility towards it. Everything we have a responsibility to Allah for it, and we're going to be asked about it. So this is the first concept, is divine responsibility. And this is the first difference between Islamic finance and Islamic economics and capitalist concept. The capitalist concept is that if you own something, you can do whatever you want with it. It's yours. The Islamic concept is that you don't own anything. This is a trust from Allah. You have it as a trust. You can only use it in the way that Allah allows it and the way that Allah sanctioned for you to use it. And He's going to ask you about your wealth, how you obtained it, and how you used it. So this is the first and most important concept. The second one gets more granular, which is al-kharaj bil-daman. Benefit follows liability. And this is the concept of this is that if you want to make money, you have to take the risk of something. So if you own something, then you can sell it and make a profit. If you don't own that thing, then you can't sell it and make a profit. So that's kind of the concept. Benefit follows liability. And you'll find in some of the financing methods, that you will see this concept in practice. The next one is something that I think we're all familiar with. إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ. Deeds are judged according to the intentions. And this is important in transactions because sometimes someone may want to do something haram. They have the intention to do something haram, and they cover it up by something halal. Or they're doing something, so this is where the scholars look at the intention. So for example, one of the famous examples is that someone wants to, for example, what can I say? Someone wants to give an interest-bearing loan to another individual, which is not allowed, right? Someone wants to borrow money. Ahmed wants to borrow money from Joe. So Joe says, I will give you $1,000, would you give me back $2,000? So Ahmed says, I can't do that, right? So then Joe says, okay, then what I'll do is I have this clicker here, and what I'll do is I will sell this to you for $2,000, okay? Just buy it for $2,000, okay? And you can pay me in 1 year. So Ahmed buys it, and then they agree that Ahmed is going to sell it back to Joe for $1,000. So then Joe gets his clicker back, and then Joe gives him the $1,000 up front. So that type of transaction is called bay' al-'ayna, where you have an agreement, two people agree to use a commodity. I'm going to sell it to you at a high price, and then I buy it back at a low price in order to get around the idea of giving an interest-bearing loan, right? And when you have this transaction, and it's not a real transaction, then this is considered to be bay' al-'ayna, and it's a problematic transaction. So this is the concept of deeds are judged by the intentions behind it. And then the other one is custom is given the weight of law. Al-'ada muhakkama. This is one of the principles in Sharia, that in Sharia we accept the custom. We accept the custom as long as the custom doesn't go against the Sharia, it's acceptable. And we use that custom in order to interpret things. So for example, when it comes to certain laws, certain customs that we find here in America, that as long as those don't go against Sharia, those things are considered to be acceptable. And then, let's see the other ones. And then we'll pause after we finish these last four, and then if anyone has any questions. The next one is prohibition of acquiring wealth unjustly. So this, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us, وَلَا تَأْكُلُوا أَمْوَالَكُمْ بَيْنَكُمْ بِالْبَاطِلِ. Don't devour wealth amongst you unjustly. And there's a lot of ways to take wealth unjustly. If you steal it, if you take it by force, if you take it by trick, all of these kind of things, unjust. All right? If you sell something that has no value, all of this can fall under the concept of taking wealth unjustly. And this is not allowed because the wealth is sacred. The wealth, the Prophet ﷺ said, the wealth of a believer is sacred as his blood. So you cannot take a person's wealth except by the proper way and by proper transaction or a gift or something of that nature. The next one is avoiding riba and any invalid contracts that could lead to riba. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, وَحَلَّ اللَّهُ الْبَيْعَ وَحَرَّمَ الرِّبَى. Allah has allowed trade and prohibited riba. And we're going to talk in detail about what is riba. Right? But this is one of the cardinal principles of transactions. The next one is dealing in that which is good and wholesome and avoiding wicked things. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us, وَتَعَاوَنُوا عَلَى الْبِرِّ وَالتَّقْوَى وَلَا تَعَاوَنُوا عَلَى الْإِثْمِ وَالْعُدْوَانِ. Cooperate in goodness and piety, and do not cooperate in evil and transgression. So we find that this is used in transactions. So scholars say that if you sell grapes and there's someone who comes and he makes wine, can you sell the grapes to this person who makes wine? Right? And the scholars say you can't. If you know that he's going to use it to make wine, you can't do it. Why? Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, and cooperate in goodness and piety, and do not cooperate in evil and transgression, and making alcohol is evil and transgression, so therefore you can't do that transaction. So this is the concept. And also, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, يُحِلُّ لَهُمُ الطَّيِّبَاتُ وَيُحَرِّمُ عَلَيْهِمُ الْخَبَائِثِ, that the Quran and Islam has come to make the things that are good and pure halal for us, and those things that are evil and dirty haram for us. The final one is the concept that لا ضرر ولا ضرار, and this is a cardinal principle of Sharia. There should be no harm or reciprocating harm. So it's not allowed to enter into a transaction or something that will harm another individual. So this is another concept. So I want to just open if anybody has any questions about these specific ones, inshallah. تفضل أخي.
You mentioned the fact that about ownership and the legitimacy of a product or a transaction based on ownership. And I discussed with you earlier about stocks. Now, is there a difference between being a stock owner and a stock trader? A trader being someone who works on the floor and trades the stock, but he's not owning it. He's making transactions, and based on whether he acquires it at a lower price and it sells it in the market at a higher price, he makes his profit from that, as opposed to just owning the stock out now.
Two things. Can we have, for the Q&A, if we can have the microphone, people can use it, that'll be good. Number two, your question, I'm going to address it in the section on stocks. So the quick answer is no, there's no difference. But Allahu A'lam, from what I understand. But inshallah, we will address that part in the stock section. Yes, sister. And we need a microphone for the sisters also.
So I just want to ask if you can share for us the slides. Is it possible?
Yes, if you, I have it on the website, Capital Islamic. If you go there and sign up for the, put the email, your email address, I will send the, inshallah, the slides. Okay? Yeah.
You have a question, particularly on the last one. I think in some cases you might have clarity that you're engaging in a transaction that's going to harm someone, such as tricking someone out of their home or something to that effect. But how does that compare to engaging in a transaction that you were able to do as a result of someone's difficulty? In other words, the difficulty they have is there, such as a foreclosure.
Yeah.
And you can buy it, and they're going to be foreclosed on anyway. Do you see, I assume there's a difference between those two.
That's a good question, because the scholars do speak about the concept of bay' al-muttar, if someone is in a state of duress, and they have to sell something, so I'm starving, and the only thing that I have is this phone, and in order to eat, and you know that, can you say, okay, I'll buy it for $100, even though you know that it's worth like $1,000? For example, that kind of situation where taking advantage of that issue, is that transaction a valid transaction or not? I think that's basically what your question is, right? Or a person is his house is being foreclosed, and you go and you say, like a short sale, I'm going to buy it, to save your credit. I'm going to buy it at a lower price, something of that nature.
Yeah, it could be at a lower price because it's foreclosure, or it could be. I guess the question becomes, like you said, the person is desperate, and as a result, the market price for that product, under the circumstance, becomes lower.
Yeah. Oh, generally speaking, if the market, if you're selling or buying at the market price, the market price is an indicator to the fair price. And so when you look at the ethos of Islamic economics, you find the concept that, for example, people go to the Prophet ﷺ and ask him, they say the prices have increased, so can you put a ceiling on the prices? And he said no. He said that Allah is the one who determines the prices, right? And So you find that the Sharia rules seek to make sure that the information is clear, nobody is doing any fraud, things of that nature. No one's being forced to do something. But if the market is working and you have a price, it allows people to buy and sell at that price. But these, of course, if there's a specific situation, it would need maybe a specific answer. Jazakum khair. We'll take 2 more and then we'll continue. Tfaddal, akhi.
Follow up to the market price. Say here, if you go to New York, you might find something cheaper or less expensive, and then you come to Baltimore and you sell it higher. Is it acceptable to use the market synaptic?
Yeah, that's fine. That's not a problem. That's trading. That was a business of the Quraysh. They would go to Rihat al-Shita'i wal-Sayf. They would go back and forth to different cities and buy from one and sell to another. But that's not a problem. Sister, yes. What's the last one, and then we'll continue, inshallah. Yes. Alaykum salam.
Assalamu alaikum. You gave the example of the grapes and selling to someone that is making wine, and the intentions on that and knowing that wine isn't good. But my question is, if you have a company that you want to buy stocks from, but this company, reinvest their money by issuing interest-bearing loans to other companies, creating interest for other people, should we not invest in those companies even though they're like spreading interest? But that's how, they do their business.
Okay, Jazakallah khair. So you're saying that is it allowed to invest in a company whose business is that they create loans, they create interest-bearing products, right?
Well, that's not like their entire business, but even Apple, for example, they issue loans to other companies, right? And those loans are interest-bearing loans. And that's part of their business. But, of course they're a tech business, but that's a part of how they make money.
Inshallah, we're going to discuss that in the investment side of the discussion, but there are rules about how you screen investments. You look at their business, their primary business, and then you look at the details of to what level are they involved in riba. And there are certain thresholds that are allowed and that are not allowed, and there's a way that you purify your wealth from whatever haram activity that they have done. Inshallah, that'll be the 3rd part of the lecture. Jazakumullah khair. Jazakumullah khair, everybody, for your questions. We got one question that came in on the email about 401k. Definitely we'll cover the topic in the 3rd part of the lecture, inshallah. Idhnillah. Okay. Sharia principles. Okay. The Islamic finance industry currently. So it's a very big industry. I mean, the industry is growing a lot. You're talking about maybe 20, 30 years old. The industry started around the 70s. You had a conference on Islamic economics that happened in the 70s. You had a small community-based bank in Egypt called Mit Ghamr, where they were financing agriculture in a profit-sharing way. You had the Islamic Bank of Dubai Islamic Bank established, and then so on and so forth. Islamic banking started growing. At this point now, between the biggest sector of Islamic banking of Islamic finance is the banking sector, and then you have sukuk, which is sometimes people translate it as Islamic bonds, and then you have funds, and you have insurance. Totally right now, I think this number is from 2013, 1.6 trillion, and it's growing at a very fast rate every year. So one of my friends, who is mashallah a scholar, he said that the Islamic finance industry is basically the ummah. It's a reflection of the ummah making tawbah collectively to Allah from the sin of riba. And I think that's a very beautiful thing, and I think it's a positive sign for our ummah, inshallah. Yeah.
Do we have any Islamic banks functioning inside the United States?
Inside the United States, there are 2 or 3 banks that have Islamic activities. Those activities are typically limited to home finance. There is one bank in California that may have more activities. Jazakumullah khair. So what's the potential of this industry? There's a big potential. Right now, 1.6 trillion. This visual is showing, how the market could increase. There is an area called socially responsible investments, where it's very similar to Islamic banking, where people invest in things that don't harm the environment and things of that nature. That's a $6 trillion industry, and the full financial system, the banking, is 127 trillion. Anyway, there's a lot of potential, and I feel that there is a lot that we have to add as Muslims in a time where people realize the importance of ethics when it comes to finance. Now let's get into the meat and potatoes of Islamic finance, the Islamic finance theory. The ulama say that the main prohibitions in transactions go back to the concept of riba and the concept of gharar. I think we all know that interest, or riba, typically it's translated as interest. That translation may or may not be completely accurate. We'll see as we go along. As well as gharar. Gharar, typically we understand that gambling is not allowed. And gambling is an extreme form of gharar. Gharar is excessive uncertainty. So we're going to parse these terms and see how they work, inshallah. Okay, so riba. So what is riba? We know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا اتَّقُوا اللَّهَ وَذَرُوا مَا بَقِيَ مِنَ الرِّبَا إِن كُنتُم مُؤْمِنِينَ فَإِن لَمْ تَفْعَلُوا فَأَذَنُوا بِحَرْبٍ مِّنَ اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ. O you who believe, fear Allah and leave what is due to you of riba if you are truly believers, and if you don't, then take notice of a war from Allah and His Messenger. Right? So riba is considered to be a major sin. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Quran talks about it as well. الذين يأكلون الربا لا يقومون إلا كما يقوم الذي يتخبطه الشيطان من المس ذلك بأنهم قالوا إنما البيع مثل الربا وأحل الله البيع وحرم الربا. Where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says those who devour riba will on the day of judgment will not stand up except like a person who is insane, who the shaitan has touched him and possessed, like a possessed person. That is because they said that indeed trade is the same as riba, or trade is like riba, and Allah has made trade allowed and permissible, and has prohibited riba. So, and the Prophet ﷺ told us in a hadith that on the Isra and Mi'raj, he saw people swimming in a river of blood, and people were swimming, and there was an angel who was sitting with a big pile of rocks, and whenever they would try to swim to the shore of this river of blood, the angel would take the rock and throw it in the person's mouth, and they would fall back into the river. And when the Prophet ﷺ asked Jibreel about this and what is this, and he said that these are the people who devour riba. So may Allah protect us, from this sin. And the Prophet ﷺ told us that there will come a time when everyone will be touched by riba, and if you're not touched directly, then the dust of riba will affect you. So this is a struggle for us to strive to remove these things from ourselves and from our lives. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala rewards those who strive in His way. وَالَّذِينَ جَاهَدُوا فِينَا لَنَهْدِيَنَّهُمْ سُبُلَنَا. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, those who strive in my way, I will guide them to our paths. So Allah will guide. And inshallah, this is one of those paths for us to try our best to stay away from riba. And the Prophet ﷺ taught us that مَنْ تَرَكَ شَيْءًا لِلَّهِ عَوَضَهُ اللَّهُ خَيْرًا مِنْهُ. Whoever leaves something for the sake of Allah, Allah will replace it with something better. So, what is riba? Literally, it means increase, addition, expansion, or growth. One very beautiful ayah when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَمَا أَتَيْتُم مِّن رِبًا لِيَرْبُوَ فِي أَمْوَالِ النَّاسِ فَلَا يَرْبُو عِنْدَ اللَّهِ. That whatever riba, and it's beautiful in the Arabic language, whatever riba that you have taken, لِيَرْبُوَ فِي أَمْوَالِ النَّاسِ, to make your money, to make the money increase, right? Using at the expense of other people's wealth, it will not increase with Allah. And it uses the word riba in the linguistic sense and as well as in the Sharia sense. So conventionally, typically people equate the word riba with interest. But inshallah, when we understand what riba means exactly, we have to realize that sometimes in accounting or in certain documents and contracts, the word interest might be used, but it's not riba. And likewise, it might be that someone uses the word riba and it's not necessarily interest. So we'll see the different types of riba. There are two main types of riba. One is riba related to debt, and the other is related to trade. So the riba that relates to debt, it's basically, in general, the additional amount paid by the borrower to the lender over the principal, or as a condition of the debt, or for an extension in the maturity, whether this debt is commercial or personal. So this is typically what people say is interest. You owe someone money, and you say, I can't pay you right now, can you give me another week? And they say, sure, but you have to pay an extra $100. That extra $100 will be riba of debt, okay? If they say, sure, you can pay later, but there's a late fee of $50, that late fee would be considered as riba as well, because an additional amount to an established debt in exchange for having more time to pay it. Or if there's an agreement up front that I'm going to loan you some money, right, and you pay it back to me more money. So that would also fall under the concept of riba. And there's a rule in Islam. Let me just finish this one, and then I'll finish the part of riba of debt. The rule is that any qard, any loan that brings about any benefit to the creditor is riba. Now, there are a couple of words here that we have to understand. One of them is the word loan. And one of the areas that people really make mistakes in this field is translation. We typically like to translate one Arabic word for an English word, right? But sometimes the nuance is lost. In Arabic, qard has a meaning. Qard in Arabic means you give money to somebody, or fungible property. You give money, you give, maybe dates or something like that. You give it to somebody, this money, and you transfer ownership to them. When you say transfer ownership, it means they can do with it whatever they want. They can burn it if they want. They can do whatever they want with it, and they, in exchange, they're liable for that money, and they have to replace it and give you the equivalent of it back. So it's property, you transfer fungible property to someone, fungible meaning that it's not a specific car or something like that. It's something that can be replaced. You transfer fungible property to someone, typically money, cash, currency, to someone, they have ownership of it, and they then they have to pay it back in the future. So this is halal, it's allowed to do this, but a loan in Islam is considered to be a charitable activity. And there is reward for it. There's a lot of reward. Some hadith say that when you give charity, you get 10 times the reward. When you give a loan, you get 17 times. And so the scholars, when they explained this, they said, because sometimes someone might ask for charity and they're not really in need. But when someone asks for a loan, then 9 times out of 10, they are actually in need. When they ask for this loan. And the scholars, they talk about that when you give a loan to someone, every day that passes, you are getting rewarded for it. And sometimes you're getting rewarded twice. And they say that until the maturity of the loan, you're getting one reward. And then if the person says, I can't pay you right now, he's supposed to pay, and you give him more time, when you give him more time, the reward doubles. So this is the spirit of Islam. The spirit of Islam is this concept of if someone is in need, you give them loan, and it's something that is beneficial. So, but you cannot, because it's a charitable thing, you cannot require to get some benefit. So any benefit from the loan is not allowed. So if a person says, okay, I'll give you this loan, but I want you to wash my car every week. This washing the car is riba. Okay, even though it's not interest, right? It's riba. I want you to tutor my son English. That tutoring is a benefit that's not allowed. Riba. It's not allowed. Okay? Or if the person says, I will give you this loan, but I want you to give me your car as a security. Just in case you don't pay, I can take the car and I can sell it. That's allowed Islamically. But then the person says, and I want to be able to drive your car while you owe me the money, and I not pay you anything for it. Then it's not allowed. So to the extent that the scholars in the past, some of them would take a house as collateral, they wouldn't even want to stand in the shade of the house because they didn't want to take any benefit from it. Of course, the next question people are going to say, then how can you do business? Well, that's where Islamic finance comes in. Islamic finance doesn't use the loan concept. It uses the trade concept. So if you want to do business, you enter into a partnership. If you want to do business, you enter into sale. You don't use the concept of loan where it's just like, here, take this money, do with it whatever, just pay me back 1.5. That concept is not Islamic. And let me go to one more slide with the debt, and then I have 2 more slides. So in principle, the rule is that if someone owes you money, right, that debt should be paid in full. Now, is it possible that you go to someone, let's say you bought a car, and the person gave you 1 year to pay it. You bought a car for $10,000, and he said you can pay in 1 year. And then, can you go to the person after 6 months and say, hey, if I pay you now, if I pay you early, can you give me a discount? Right? I'm supposed to pay $10,000 in 1 year. If I pay you in 6 months, can you give me a discount? That's allowed in Sharia. That's allowed to do that. And the Prophet ﷺ, there was a tribe that he had to exile from Medina because of some political issues. And so they said, those people who were being exiled, they said that people owe us money and the due date hasn't come yet. So what should we do? Should we just lose our money? And the Prophet ﷺ said that give people a discount in order for them to pay you early. So this concept is called da'wa ta'ajjal. And it's something that's allowed, that if you owe someone money, you can go to them and say, if I pay you early, can you give me a discount? And it's at their discretion. Either they can say yes or they can say no. It's up to them. So that's the rule in that. And typically you find this in in Islamic finance, almost every contract, not almost, pretty much every contract that where there's a sale, a deferred sale, there's always the clause that if the person wants to come and pay early, they have the right to ask for a discount, and it's at the creditor's discretion whether to give them the discount or not. And let's go ahead and add, let me give you the summary, and then we'll take a few questions on this one. So, in summary, loans in Islam are considered charitable and not for commercial purposes. Okay, so this is one. So this is a paradigm shift, right? The second is that when a debt is established as an obligation, its amount should not increase. You can give a person a discount if they pay early, right? But it should not increase. Okay, so this is the rule. And in Islam, we have the concept, in كَانَ ذُو عُسْرَةٍ فَنَظَرَةٌ إِلَى مَيْسَرَةٍ, that if you give someone a loan and they come to you and they say, look, I'm not able to pay because I'm in financial difficulty, then you have to give them time. You have to give them time. So this concept of mercy is built into Islam. You have to give them time in order for them to be able to pay. Now, if they have the money and they don't want to pay just because they're a bad person, then at this point, they can be punished by the authorities. And some scholars even allow to take a financial penalty. Majority don't. So, their name be put on a blacklist. They can be put in jail. If they have money, they owe money to people, and they have the ability to pay, but they are refusing to pay. The final point is any conditional benefit given to the lender is considered riba, right? And now I said conditional benefit. So what about if someone owes you money, right? And they say, Jazakumullah khair, they owe you $1,000, or let's say they owe you $999, and then they come and they pay you $1,000, and so you say, brother, you owe me $999, right? This $1, here you go. He said, no, it's okay, I'm fine. Yeah, and you say, no, astaghfirullah, this is riba. It's not riba, right? The rule is conditional benefit. The Prophet ﷺ actually said that the best people are those who repay their debts in the best way. And the Prophet ﷺ actually, there was a man, a Jewish man, who lent the Prophet ﷺ, some money, and then he asked for repayment. And he was actually testing the Prophet ﷺ because, he knew the description of how the Prophet ﷺ would be. This Prophet would come at the end of time. So he went to the Prophet ﷺ before the due date. He went before the due date, and he said, "Oh Muhammad, you owe me this money, and pay this money, and you know your people are known to not pay their debts and all this kind of stuff." And of course, the Sahaba were very angry, and Umar Anhu was there, and very angry. He wanted to, hit the guy, and so the Prophet ﷺ told Umar, said that just calm down, go and get, and he actually, the Prophet ﷺ owed this person like a camel or something, or an animal. So he said, go and get from the animals, such and such animals, and take this camel and pay him. And they said that, the animal that you want to pay him with is worth more than the one that he lent you. So the Prophet ﷺ explained that the believers, the best ones are the ones who repay their debts in the best way. So this is something allowed Islamically, that you can give extra. For those who want to give extra, they can give extra. But it can't be a condition. It can't be a condition in the contract, either explicit or implicit condition. So with that, let's take a few questions. Let's start from the sister's side. If the sisters have a question, then we'll come on the brother's side. Yes, sister. Yes, you. Tell me. Alaykum assalam.
So you're talking about that any conditional benefit is considered riba. So now I know you mentioned about it that as a believer to pay extra is the best way. So now my question is when we lend someone $500 and then the person force us to accept extra, which is assume we don't want it, and then but she's forcing us to do so. So it is considered a hadiyah or no riba or?
It's considered to be hadiyah, basically a hiba, as just a gift, and he can't force you. No one can force you to take anything. So the rule for a hiba or a gift is that ownership transfers when you accept it and when you take possession of it. So you could say no, I don't want it,
Right.
but at least this person is trying to do something good, and so it's a gift. It's considered to be a gift. So
But if you don't want to take it, it's okay.
yeah, it's fine. You have to take it. Jazakallah khair.
Yes, sir.
Yes, brother Jamil.
Okay, in regard to the issue of the discount for paying early, my understanding is that in establishing the price, not a time value, but in establishing the price, time of payment can be considered, such as this is going to cost you $750 right now. Well, I can't pay you right now, I can pay you in a year. Well, the price I'm going to want, if I'm not being paid for a year, is $1,000.
Yeah,
Now, it doesn't go up over time, but because it's late, it's kind of the reverse. If I'm being paid late, then the sale price is $1,000.
Yeah,
My understanding is
that's correct. That's correct. At the time of establishing the price, they agree. If you want to buy it cash, $750. If you want to pay it in installments, deferred, $1,000. The price is set. So now, once he agrees, he has to agree to one or the other. He said, "I'm going to pay it in installments." Then they write the contract and they write in the price section 1,000. Yes, brother, in the back. Thank you, sir.
You mentioned riba can also be tied to debt, right? You mentioned that riba is tied to debt. So I'm curious about riba tied to, can riba be tied to a service, for example? I'm going to take a very simple example. You go, maybe your telephone bill, for example, and you have a late payment fee on that service, or you go to a library and you take a book and you forgot, and then there's a late fee on the book. Is that considered riba?
So I'll say the example of you have a bill, your electricity bill, your water bill, right? You're supposed to pay at the end of the month, for example, $100, and you don't pay. This $100 is the amount now that you owe. It's a debt that you owe, a financial debt that you owe the water company, the electricity company. And if you don't pay, then they say we're going to levy a $20 late fee because you're going to pay late. This $20 late fee would be considered to be riba. That would be problematic. So you have to make sure that you don't pay, that you pay your stuff on time, because the late fees are definitely a big problematic thing. And this is one of the types of riba that people fall into a lot because it's part of our system. Yes, Akhi. Salam.
I just want to go back a little bit to the concept, the understanding of the loans. For example, if you were thinking that you got a right loan and you purchased a house, and the house, for example, is worth $300, and you want to refinance to get out of the riba completely, is there any legit financial institutions in the States that allow you to actually refinance and be riba-free, or you have to sell the property?
Yes. So yes, there are companies that do that. But inshallah, in the second part, we're going to talk about the financing methods. I have one question online, Brother Abdullah. Is it allowed to give out a loan without a specific return date? E.g., when the person taking the debt decides to pay it back. Yes, it's allowed. You can give someone a loan, and you don't tell them when they will repay it. So then you would assume, the assumption would be that the repayment date will be whenever you ask for it. So generally speaking, you should determine the date. يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا تداينتم بدين إلى أجل مسمى فاكتبوه. Right? Oh, you believe if you enter into a debt for a specified term, then write it down. And the longest ayah in the Quran is speaking about documenting debt-based transactions and loan contracts. So, but if you don't specify the date, does that make the transaction invalid? It doesn't make it invalid. Allah knows best. So the assumption then would be that anytime you ask for it, it would have to be repaid. And this is, if you look at checking accounts, the way scholars have interpreted checking accounts, they interpret it as a loan that you're giving to the bank. And so it's a loan that is a demand loan. So anytime you say I'm giving the bank this money, you're depositing this money, you're keeping it with the bank. It's considered to be a loan, actually. So, because you're transferring this money to the bank can do with it basically whatever it wants, but it has to guarantee it. And whenever you want it, you just swipe your card, go to the ATM, and you get the money. This is the bank repaying you. So, Brother Idris, yes.
What about the movement of money? For example, if you go to an ATM that doesn't belong to your bank and they charge you a transaction fee for moving your money to that bank and taking your money out, would that be right?
Well, this issue, I was thinking about this because I remember we had some discussions and you mentioned that some of the scholars here had some concerns with that. That would really determine, it would be determined by understanding the reality of that transaction. In Saudi Arabia, we have the nice luxury of not having to pay any fees whenever we use any ATM. So it would really depend on when you, for example, I have PNC Bank, right? If I go to a Bank of America, they tell me we're going to charge you $2. Right? So the question is now, is that $2 could be one of two things. Either when I take the money, am I taking that money from Bank of America and they're giving me a loan and PNC is going, and they're going to be repaid by PNC, and so that $2 is basically interest that they're taking from the loan? Or are they actually, I'm taking the money of PNC, and Bank of America is just functioning as an agent, basically just a delivery service, and they're taking in essence a delivery charge. So it would be one of those two. So I would need to really research it more, so I can't really give an answer on that immediately. Allah knows best. Yes, sister.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Just wanted to know, regarding the fees, the American system is institutionalized that we tend to kind of run into riba, anything transaction we do in our life. But does it make it more acceptable or halal if we're not the one originating the riba, but somehow we are involved? Let's say, when we get paid, our money go to the bank and all of that, and then anything you want to do, you're paying tax, the tax will be okay, but it seems like any transaction, living in America and working in here and all of that, even going to school, the loans, everything, we run into riba. So does it make a big difference whether, okay, I'm the one paying here for the riba, but they're the one benefiting from it? Like I'm talking about the bank, credit card company, and all of that. That was my number one question. The other one is a lot of our sisters vending and all of that. So are there any conditions where it's acceptable to increase the price? Let's say sometimes if people want to take longer to pay. Well, sometimes our prices can be flexible. So, and there is a rule that says sometimes you can multiply the price by 3. 1/3 could be, let's say, the cost, 1/3 will be your profit, 1/3 will be the expense, the extra expense that you incur. So what is the rule, what is acceptable as far as how much can you go up with your price? Are there any guidelines or what do we have to go by? Jazakallah khair.
Okay, sure. Jazakallah khair. So the first one is, how responsible are you for example, you're putting your money in the bank and what the bank does with it, or things of that nature. The general rule is that, you fear Allah as much as you can. Taqullah mastata'tum. And look at your direct transaction and make sure that that's halal. What the other party does is not really your concern. If you can't avoid it. For example, banks. Some scholars in the past, they used to say that you can't put your money in banks. They said because by putting your money in bank, you're assisting in something that's bad, right? Because you know that banks transact in haram ways, right? And they give loans, and you're giving them money in order to make loans. So they say if they're Islamic banks, you should put your money in Islamic bank, right? But at the same time, there is a need to have your money secure. So since there is this need, they said it's okay to put your money in the conventional banks until you have Islamic banks as alternatives. So that's the general rule with that. The second one, and Allah knows best. The second one is about the price and the profit. There's no agreed upon concept that limits how much profit you can charge. There are some scholars who have mentioned some guidelines, but in general, the vast majority say whatever you can charge, whatever profit that you want. There's no limit to that as long as the two parties agree and you're not cheating somebody by hiding some information or giving false information or something of that nature, then inshallah is fine. Let's take one more question. And then of course, you can always, we're going to have a more wide question discussion inshallah. So anything that you can't say now, you can say later. Yes, Lafi.
Just wanted to know, getting like credit card and or buying something from the store and saying that if you finish the payment in 6 months, you'll be fine, or if you get the credit card and you get some money, if you finish the payment in 90 days or 1 year, the riba is not going to kick in.
Yeah.
Is that acceptable?
Okay, very important question. And this, the idea here is, 0% and things of that nature. And not just credit cards or any kind of financing. The general rule is that if there's a condition in there that says if you're late, you're going to pay interest, right? That's problematic, right? Because you're putting yourself in a position where you could pay interest, possibly, which is not allowed, right? So in this case, what the scholars say is that only if you have a need for that, right? Meaning that if you don't use it, it'll cause you some type of difficulty. A need, not necessity. There is something called necessity, which is like life and death kind of situation. A need means it causes you inconvenience and discomfort, right? So if you have a need for example, this credit card, you can take the credit card. And the thing is, in America, generally speaking, people have a need for credit because if you don't have credit, you can't even rent an apartment. So that need is there, okay? But they say that if you have a need, number one. Number two, if you are pretty sure that you will pay on time, and you take measures to ensure that you pay on time, then it's okay. And of course, you have to pay on time. It's obligatory to pay on time to avoid the interest because the interest is haram, right? So if you don't pay on time, it will lead you to falling into haram. So it becomes haram actually not to pay on time if it's going to lead to you paying interest. So that's the general rule, whether it's credit cards, whether it's you get a car financing, a 0%, or anything of that nature. And Allah knows best. So this is the last one, and then we'll go to the next.
Assalamu alaikum. I got a whole bunch of questions I'm not going to, but you just said about the credit card as well as the late fee and your BG&E bill. And you just made it clear that if you have a need for it, but that's a judgment call then. If your judgment is, I have a need for it, I want to pay, I can't afford to pay my electric bill right now, you're going to charge me $20 fee. Does that consider riba? we have houses here that we pay interest on, when people buy, all that part is, no.
So you're saying if you're in a situation where you can't afford to pay your electric bill, right? And you know that they're going to charge you a late fee, right? So what I would say is as much as you can, you should try to not fall into that. And then you should maybe call them and say, look, you know, I can't afford to pay it. Can you give me some time and not charge me a late fee because the late fee is against my religion, for example, right? If that doesn't work, then the rule is that fear Allah as much as you can. You do your best, right? And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is forgiving. Allah doesn't hold people accountable for what they can't control. So if it's something that you can't control, then you're in a state of difficulty. You don't have to choose between feeding your family or paying your electric bill, right? So you would fear Allah to the best of your ability. And Allah knows.
Part of that question.
What's the second part of the question?
The second part of the question was we have a need for homes, and the homes we get loans.
Did you say you asked about that? Oh, for the home? That one, that argument used to be okay before we had so many companies that provide Sharia compliant financing. So, and inshallah, we'll talk about the financing, the home financing, inshallah, in the second part of the program. Now, alhamdulillah, that area, that particular area, I think has been pretty much solved in America. Shall we continue? Do we have enough time to continue, or should we stop there for Salah?
8:45? I think it's 8:45.
Okay, khalas, so maybe we can finish this section on riba. These are some examples of riba of debt, charging interest on loans, loan rollover with interest. So rollover is where you, like a credit card, where you owe a certain amount of money, and then they just extend the time period. Debt discounting, for example, buying debt, like collection companies, they'll do that. Maybe a credit card company is owed $10,000, and so they'll sell this debt to a collection company for, let's say, $1,000, and then they'll start collecting, right? So that selling the debt in that way is not allowed. Loan rescheduling with interest, where basically someone owes money. Rescheduling is they owe money and they can't pay, and it's an installment. They owe it for 1 year, and so the lender says, okay, I'll reschedule it. I'll give you, instead of 1 year, 2 years, but I'm going to charge you additional interest, but I'll lower your payment, for example, rescheduling the loan. So that's allowed if the lender is not going to increase the amount of the loan. But if it's going to increase the amount of the loan, then that becomes problematic. Late payment fees, we mentioned that, and overdraft fees. By the way, everybody be careful. Overdraft fee is riba. So make sure that you, alhamdulillah, now with the consumer protections, when you open an account, they ask you, if you don't have enough money in your account, do you want us to just pay the transaction and charge you the overdraft fee, or do you want it to be declined? It's obligatory to say, let it be declined, you know what I mean? Because that overdraft is actually riba. And people call it a fee, they now call it overdraft interest, but it is interest because they're actually giving you, in essence, a loan for a day or two and covering it in exchange for that overdraft fee. Okay. There's another type of riba, it's called the riba of trade. Go ahead, تفضل أخي.
The overdraft fee, if it overdrafts and then they don't charge you more than you paid for, let's say you bought something for $4 and you had $0,
yeah,
and is it -4 but not -30?
If it's at -4 and they're not going to charge you, if it's -4, it's okay. In this case, they're overdrawing your account, but they're not charging you interest. If it's at -30, then that extra 26 is interest. So that's a very good question to give a specific example. So riba of trade. There's another kind of riba that is not called interest, actually. So this happens when exchanging commodities or money. There's a hadith where the Prophet ﷺ told us, gold for gold, silver for silver, wheat for wheat, barley for barley, salt for salt, dates for dates. Like to like in equal amounts. And the Prophet ﷺ then explained to us that if you're trading different types, then there are particular rules that apply. So the rule basically is that there are these particular commodities, and the things that we're going to focus on are gold and silver, because our current money is considered to be, the scholars have considered it the same as gold and silver, right? So, because gold and silver was used in that time as money, and so they're saying that the reason why the Prophet ﷺ said gold and silver and put these rules for gold and silver is because they were the currency of the time. So now, even though we don't use gold and silver, whatever currency we use, these rules apply. So, therefore, if we're exchanging like to like, so for example, I'm exchanging US dollar, I have, for example, $100 bill, right? And I want 100 singles. So this is dollar on one side and dollar on the other side. The rule is that the amounts have to be equal. They both have to be $100, right? And the exchange has to happen immediately. So for example, someone can't say, okay, I will, give you $100, a $100 bill, and in exchange I'll pay 91 singles. So that wouldn't be allowed in that transaction. If there's an additional service, let's say the person has to go and there's some delivery charge, that's another story. But the transaction itself has to be like for like. The other thing is that what about if it's different currencies? If it's dollar for Saudi riyal or dollar for euro, then in this case the rule is that the transaction has to happen immediately, right? Here's the dollar, you give the dollar, you take the euro, but it can't be, the amounts can be different, obviously, but there can be no deferment in the foreign currency. So this is how, and this is relevant to people who do international trade, who deal in futures transactions, futures currency transactions, things like that. The general opinion is that the conventional futures and forwards, where people exchange foreign currencies on a deferred basis, is problematic from a Sharia perspective. There are alternatives that scholars have developed that maybe we might get into in the discussions, but the conventional one is problematic because of that. Yeah.
On a transaction, can you fix a forward rate so that you're doing a transaction and you know, for example, that a currency in a certain country is falling? Can you, at the time of the contract, fix a rate so that the person on the other end doesn't suffer from the FX change?
Well, what you can do is the rate can be fixed as far as a promise. So, for example, you are selling somebody, you're here in the U.S., and let's say you're buying something in euros, right? And so you bought the commodities, you bought the goods, and you have to pay, for example, 100,000 euros in 1 month, right? And so you're worried that when you have to pay the 100,000 euros, that the price might be high or might be low. Maybe you're worried that it'll go up because you have dollars. So you're going to have, let's say the price of euro is, $1 equals 2 euros, and the price changes. So it is possible for either side to give a promise to say, I promise you that, for example, I will sell you euro, I will buy euro at this price or that price. So that's going to be a separate transaction where there will be a promise, a separate transaction where either side is promising the other to buy or sell a particular currency at a particular price. So it wouldn't be where you're selling or buying the currency now for a future price, for a future date, but it will be a promise that is happening separately.
I'm sorry, just directly related to that. Are you saying, because typically that happens with a third party who sells forward currency contracts. You're saying that between the parties, a promise has to be made or what the rate of exchange will be at that time, as opposed to saying payment is due in 90 days. I'm going to buy myself a forward currency contract to hedge against a potential loss.
It could, the foreign currency, the hedging could be done with a third party. That's one way it could be done. There could also be a separate, basically, that's why I said it's not part of the main contract. It would be a separate thing. You have to pay the other party euro, right? But you can have a separate promise where he promises to sell you euro at a particular price. So by that way, you have covered your exposure, or you can do that with a third party. But the key is that it's a separate thing. Okay? Yes?
Yeah, just have a question related a little bit to the one he just asked. How about when it comes to, I don't know whether you will get to it later or I did miss a part also. How about like insurance and all of that? To just...
That's coming, inshallah.
Okay,
Yes,
inshallah. Okay.
Let me finish up this riba section, and then so we can break for prayer at a good place. Now, riba, money and trade in general. So the rule is that in Islam, trade is recognized as a legitimate source of profit, while riba is not. The second point is money in Islam is a medium of exchange and a store of value, not a commodity. When we say not a commodity, it's not something that can be leased. You know, when the economists talk about land, labor, and capital, and they say land, you know, the profit that you make on land is rent, and capital, labor, you work, and people get wages. People give their labor and they get wages. And capital, they say the capital gets interest, right? You lend your capital and you get interest. That concept is not allowed in Islam, right? You can't rent out your money, and the rent being the interest. That's not allowed. Money is a medium of exchange. It is a store of value, but it's not a commodity that can be rented in exchange for interest. In order for capital and money to actually gain a legitimate return, it has to participate in the business risk, not only the credit risk. So you have to, in Islam, if you want to make money, and this goes back to how do you make money if you can't do loans, then you have to buy, as in the ayah it says, وَحَلَ اللَّهُ الْبَيْعَ وَحَرَّمَ الرِّبَى. That's a very simple understanding of how Islamic finance works. Allah has allowed transactions or sales and has prohibited riba. So the sale, you want to finance a car, we're going to get into it. You would have to buy, the lender would have to actually buy the car and then sell it. Buy the car and then lease it. Buy the house and then sell it. Buy the house and then lease it. Or enter into a partnership. So they have to buy something, right? That money has to be converted into some kind of asset or some kind of business, and the lender takes the risk of that asset or that business, and then it can make money, right? So this is the big difference between the Islamic system and the conventional system. Conventional system, money itself can just make money. It can just have babies, you know. You put some money here, and mashallah, it can just, make money by itself. You give it to somebody, and it just grows. But in Islam, no. If you want to make money, you have to take that money and invest it in something. Actually, in Islam, if you leave the money by itself, it actually decreases, because you have to pay zakat on it. If it's cash, every year you're paying 2.5%. And there are some narrations that encourage people not to let their money decrease by the zakat. So use it and invest it. Do business with it. Right? So some scholars say that the zakat is actually a disincentive to just keep cash idle, because Islam wants the money to be used to create jobs and to create and to be invested and to develop the earth, not to just be hoarded. And so it's like a penalty. Of course, the zakat is an act of worship, definitely. There are also other wisdoms, and these scholars point out these wisdoms in that. So I think that, inshallah, we're going to stop there. And I think the adhan is coming. We can take maybe, adhan is at 8:45? Now? Okay, khalas. So we will stop there, inshallah. We'll pray, and then we'll continue. Jazakumullah khair, everybody, for the lively discussion. It's great. Barakallahu feekum. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters, inshallah. We'll pray exactly the way we're sitting. Brothers will pray in this section, sisters will pray in the other section, and Imam will pray here. We can't, unfortunately, we can't disconnect the live stream. It takes a little while to hook up, so we'll just pray right in this section. Sisters, you're welcome to pray in this section right where you are. Move some of the chairs if you don't mind, inshallah.
inshallah.
الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا والضحى والليل إذا سجى ما ودعك ربك وما قلى وللآخرة خير لك من الأولى ولسوف يعطيك ربك فترضى ألم يجدك يتيما فآوى ووجدك ضالا فهدى ووجدك عائلا فأغنى فأما اليتيم فلا تقهر وأما السائل فلا تنهر وأما بنعمة ربك فحدث. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. ألم نشرح لك صدرك ووضعنا عنك وزرك الذي أنقض ظهرك ورفعنا لك ذكرك فإن مع العسر يسرا إن مع العسر يسرا فإذا فرغت فانصب وإلى ربك فارغب. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر.
Inshallah, we will continue after the sunnah and around 9 o'clock. Bismillah. Bismillah, walhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala. Jazakum khair, everybody, for sticking around. Lights? I think we're okay. Thanks for sticking around after that long session. So, bi'idhnillah, we're going to continue our discussion. Okay, and we're going to start talking about gharar, which is the second major prohibition. So the prohibition of gharar. And for the people who are online on the streaming site, if you have any questions, you can email me at Ashraf, A-S-H-R-A-F, at capitalislamic.com. I'm monitoring the emails here, so whenever you send it in, inshallah, we will address it. Barakallahu feekum. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. The theory of gharar. What is gharar? This is one of those prohibitions that is less well known. So, gharar basically refers to the uncertainty or ambiguity caused by lack of clarity regarding the essence of the contract or something, the object of the contract. So, basically, in a word, it's ambiguity, excessive ambiguity. Islam, one of the aims of Islam is the brotherhood, and that people know what they're getting into. And one of the problems with the gharar is when you have a transaction where an essential part of the transaction is missing. You are buying something, you don't know if the person's going to be able to give it to you. You're buying something, you don't know what the price is, right? You're buying fish in the sea, as the Prophet ﷺ prohibited. Fish in the sea, birds in the sky, right? You don't know what it is. You don't know if it's going to exist or not. So what ends up happening is that it leads to disputes, it leads to fights, it leads to hatred between people. And because of that, we find that the Sharia prohibited gharar. So, gharar can be classified into two different types. One is gharar in the essence of the contract. So, the contract itself is ambiguous. So, for example, you want to buy a car, right? And you can buy the car on an installment basis, and let's say the installment price is 1,000, or let's say it's 10,000, or you can buy it on a cash basis, and let's say the cash price is 5,000, right? And you don't agree, and you just take the car and you drive off with it, right? And you didn't determine whether or not which contract are you going with, the installment or the cash. And then and then you don't end up paying, and the person says, "I expected you to pay." He said, "No, it's the installment." So this will lead to disputes, right? Or, for example, if combining a lease and a sale, that you're leasing something, but you're also buying it at the same time, and where both are intertwined with each other. So this is problematic. Why? Because let me ask you a question. Why do you think it's problematic to have to lease something and buy it at the same time? Not a lease and then you buy at the end. You're leasing and buying at the same time. What's the problem with that? Yeah.
Well, it depends on it would depend on what percentage of the price is being leased and what percentage of the price is being paid for, or what combination, over what period of time. Usually a lease is time sensitive and the price is fixed. So if you have a fixed price, how much of that price is being leased and under what period of time?
So let me give you an example. Let's say there's a car costs $10,000, and they're saying you can either lease the car or you can buy the car, okay? And so you sign the lease contract and you sign a purchase contract. So let's imagine that happened, okay? That would be, and so you have two contracts. You have a sale contract that you've signed, and so you've bought the car, and you have a lease contract. You're leasing the car also from the dealership. So my question is, what's wrong with this picture?
You make two purchases of one product.
I'm saying you have the same car, and you sign it. You sign a purchase contract, and you sign a lease contract. So you're purchasing something, and you're also leasing it.
And then you're double paying.
So I'm saying, what's the problem with that?
The first issue is
Two
ownership.
contracts.
Who owns the car?
Okay, so Brother Jamil is saying the first issue is ownership. Because in a lease, the lessor owns it, and you are getting the use of it. In a sale, you own it. So this is the first issue. And there are other issues that come from that. What other issues would there be? What else? Yeah. The value would be decreasing. That's true, it could be decreasing, but that could go with both, and with the sale as well as with the lease. It could be an issue. What else? Yeah.
From the accounting standpoint, there's a problem how you book the transaction.
Of course, because the accounting wants the things to be clear. Either is it a sale or is it a lease? You have to choose. You can't have both at the same time. And that's what the Sharia is saying as well. It has to be either a sale or a lease because the rights and obligations differ if it's a sale or a lease. Other comments? Yes?
But you can buy it at the end.
You can buy it at the end. We're going to see Islamic agent. So the issue comes, who is the owner? The big question is who is the owner, right? If it's a sale, you're the owner. So who then is responsible to, for example, the liability of this car? Who's responsible to insure the car? Who's responsible to fix the car? All of that. You own the car, okay? If you're leasing the car, then the owner is the lessor, right? The dealership, for example. So then there are certain responsibilities and liabilities that come along with ownership that they would bear. So this is the thing. So therefore they say that if you have a lease and a sale and it's not clear whether is this a lease or is it a sale, this is gharar. So it becomes problematic. So as the brother alluded to, the way we do it Islamically is that we have a lease and it's clear who the owner is and what the owner's responsibilities are, and then at the end you want to buy it, you buy it. Then it turns into a sale. Then it becomes a sale. You don't have them two mixed together. Yes?
Would that be the same thing as like in case of real estate, you have rent to own? How you rent the property, but the option to actually own it or buy it or whatever like that.
So in that case, you're renting, right? And then you have the option to buy it. So you haven't bought it. When you exercise that option, then you buy it. So you have a separation. You have the rent is separate from the owning, So that would be okay in that sense. Of course, the biggest example of gharar is gambling, because you don't know, you're paying money for something and you don't know whether or not you're going to get it. And of course it's something that's prohibited. So in Sharia, anytime you pay money, it has to be clear what you're getting. You don't pay money for something that's not property. You pay money for a service that's halal. You pay money for a good that's halal. You invest money into a business that's halal, right? So gambling, the problem with gambling is that, you put money down to spin a roulette wheel, right? And then, not you, of course, someone, right? Puts money down to spin a roulette wheel, and if it lands on black, then they make X amount. If it doesn't, then they lose X amount, right? That this is not a good or a service that you can buy from an Islamic perspective. So, and you don't know whether or not it's going to pan out or not. So it's an extreme form of gharar. And it leads to, that's why we find in the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, إنما الخمر والميسر والأنصاب والأزلام رجس من عمل الشيطان فاجتنبوه لعلكم تفلحون إنما يريد الشيطان أن يوقع بينكم العداوة والبغضاء في الخمر والميسر ويصدكم عن ذكر الله وعن الصلاة فهل أنتم منتهون. يعني if you look at the reasoning why alcohol and gambling, right, and the divination of stones and these things, and divination of arrows, why it's prohibited, it's saying that the shaitan wants to cause hatred and animosity to spring up between you and to distract you from the remembrance of Allah and from the salah, so will you not stop. This kind of gharar leads to this kind of hatred and things of that nature. And so you find that it's prohibited. Yes, brother?
Yes, it's everyday trading on the internet. Is that gambling?
What is it?
Everyday trading, stocks and bonds.
Day trade.
Day trading.
Oh, day trading. It's not gambling. I mean, bonds are not allowed Islamically because they're big. But stocks, there are rules about stocks. Inshallah, we'll get into the rules about stocks and we can bring this up. I think someone also asked this question already. Yeah.
In terms of ambiguity, let's say somebody has a room full of stuff, whatever it is, and
seen they've been like the storage places. You see they have somebody didn't pay up, they're storage free. So what happened is they have like auction days, and then they call people to let people know, and then people go over there, and they just show it, like, this is it. Then you have the option to just look through, you know, real quick, but you really don't see or have a full appreciation of what you're buying. You may see there's some furniture, but you can't really go in there. That's one example. Another example is on the internet, there are, you know, auctions and stuff like that. So you're buying this, you know, anything, you know, computers or all kind of stuff. They just have it like piled on the, you know, like you just see the picture. Can one get involved in? I mean, they minimally, some places would describe in details what's in it, but some would not even bother. They would just say, okay, I mean, you know, you really don't know what you're getting, but they just show you the picture. They can have several pictures, but really, you don't really know what you're getting.
Okay,
That's
that's a very good question, Zach. Difficult question. So I'm not aware of how the storage auctions work, but if they're showing you the thing that you're buying, and you can see it, you know, then that would be the minimum level of inspection. So you can see it at least. So you know what it is, right? And you're buying it as is. It's allowed in Sharia to sell something as is. Okay, so it's something, scholars differ about it, but generally speaking, it's considered to be allowed. So if you're seeing it, then inshallah, it's okay. If the thing is closed, right, and you're just buying whatever's inside and you don't know what's there, that would be a problem. That would be a problem. If on the internet, the thing that you're buying is described, there's a clear description of it that is enough, you know, then inshallah, it's okay. So at least you should see it, at least there should be a description. If you have no idea what it is that you're buying, then that becomes a problem. That becomes more like gambling. So, and Allah knows best. Let me talk about the second part of gharar, and then we'll take some more questions, inshallah. So I got you. The second part of gharar is gharar in the subject matter of the contract. So where value, relevant information is not clearly available. So the price is not known, okay? Or the specifications of the asset are not known. Quality, you know, things of that nature. You don't know the asset. So you have no details about the asset, for example. So that becomes a problem. That means that there is gharar in this transaction. Sometimes it is possible if there's a need for the transaction, and if the gharar is minimal, then it's okay. So scholars, you know, for example, the price. One of the things, modern transactions, is that in home financing, right? Scholars, the banks wanted to do variable rate financing, and historically, the scholars always said that the price has to be known up front. So if the bank, for example, buys a home and then is leasing it to you for 30 years, and at the end of the 30 years, they're going to sell it to you, for example, that historically, scholars said that the lease amount should be known up front. You should know the total lease amount that you're going to pay, right? And that shouldn't be changed. But then the bank said, well, it's difficult for us to commit up front to a price for 30 years, right? It will be very expensive. So they said, can we make it variable? Can we say that the price will be associated with such and such benchmark, such and such index, plus 2%? Can you make it like that? Can you put a formula? And so here, this is what scholars debated, this concept. And in light of this prohibition of gharar, they said, well, would that be gharar, right? If the rental amount, you are committing to a 30-year lease for a house, and the rental is going to vary based on a formula, based on an index, right? So they said that it's okay to do that. If the index is known up front, as long as the index is known up front, and as long as the calculation method is known, some scholars also said that there should be a maximum amount that the index can go to. So at least you know what is a maximum. maximum and a minimum, a ceiling and a floor, or a floor and a ceiling. So they said when you put those things, into the contract, you're able to minimize the gharar to a point where it won't lead to dispute. Because the reason for gharar, the prohibition of gharar, is the dispute. And so since there was a need for banks to enter into this transaction and to do the variable pricing, scholars, they used that as a mechanism to allow for the variable rate financing without violating the spirit of the rule of gharar. So that's one of the examples of how that's actually used. And I know that some companies here, when they do home finance, they use the variable rate, and it's based on this concept. I think the final point that I want to say on this slide is that if the asset is not owned by the seller and he doesn't have the capacity to deliver it, then that becomes also gharar, right? If someone sells you a car, a specific car, and they don't own it, it becomes gharar because they may not be able to give it to you, to provide it for you. So, and that will lead to disputes and things like that. Some more examples. Let's take some examples of gharar. For example, selling unborn animals. So for example, someone has a farm, and the farm there's some sheep, and the mother sheep is pregnant, and someone says, "Can I buy the baby inside?" And the scholars say you can't do that because it's gharar. You don't know whether that baby will be born alive or not, so you can't do that, right? You can buy the mother with the baby inside. That's okay, even if the price is higher, but you can't buy the baby inside. They selling specific commodities that do not exist. So a particular car or something, that doesn't exist. To sell that, and it's specific. It's not a described thing, but it's a specific thing that doesn't exist. You're selling something that doesn't exist, so it's not. It's also gharar. It wouldn't be allowed. Then the other one is insurance. Insurance is a big topic, very big topic. Scholars have debated this a lot, and there's a whole industry called takaful industry, which is an Islamic form of insurance. The ruling on insurance goes back to how you understand what insurance is and what you're buying. So scholars have two positions on it. Some said, the majority say that commercial insurance is not allowed because they say that when you're paying the premium, for example, health insurance, when you're paying the premium, what you're buying is the health care service that they're going to provide for you. And they say that the problem here is that you don't know how much that health care service will be. And so, therefore, one essential element of the contract is missing, right? I'm paying a premium of, let's say $10,000, a year, and the healthcare service might be $100,000, it might be zero, right? And for the year. So they say because of that, it's problematic. And that's, you can say, the majority opinion. Other scholars say, no, you know what you're buying, there's no gharar. They're saying that when you're paying the premium, what you're buying is the commitment of the other party to insure you and to cover you. Or some say what you're buying is the safety and the security. You're buying that security and that sense of security. Right? The other side will say, well, those are not something that you can't sell. You can't sell commitments. You can't sell security. Right? So this is what the debate is. But both opinions exist. Right? The majority opinion is that it's not allowed, commercial insurance, and so you have alternatives. The Islamic alternative, takaful, and I know we have some takaful experts here, mashallah. But the general concept of it is that it's based on the principle of mutual cooperation. So it's not based on buying and selling. It's based on a charitable thing, where instead of you buying an insurance premium, an insurance policy, you pay and you buy something, it's basically based on donation. So so in essence, you donate money to a pot, to a pool. And that money that's donated, there is a commitment from the pool, everybody, that we will cover anybody who gets hurt. All of us, we have a PGMA takaful pool. Everybody you know, is donating a particular amount, and that could be defined based on, you know, based on your risk and your age and all of that. Everybody's putting in money into this pot, right? And then there is a mutual commitment that anybody who gets hurt or has a claim, we will cover them from this pot. And then until that happens, the money is invested, because instead of the money just staying idle, it's invested. So normally what they do is a company, an investment company or a management company will be appointed, who will take a fee, and they will manage that money invested in investments, halal investments, and they will also manage the collecting the donations from the people and paying out the claims, and this is how it will be. And normally, if the the claims will be paid from that pot. If there is enough money to pay, great. If there's not enough money to pay, then maybe everybody won't get paid. Or sometimes the management company might give a qard hasan, or a loan, a zero interest loan to the pot. And then once the pot has extra money, it will take that loan back. Or maybe the management, so normally, it's an entire structure that I'm not really going to get into in too much detail, but if people have a specific question, we can address it. One last thing I have to say about insurance, though, because I can't leave you on that note, is, well, what about if we don't have insurance, takaful insurance, and we need to have insurance? So the rule here is that for gharar is not like riba. Riba, it's a big haram, right? And the only time a big haram riba is like eating pork, right? You can eat pork if you're dying, Gharar is something that can lead to a haram of the disputes. So the scholars say that if there is a need for a particular transaction, like insurance, and you don't have an Islamic alternative, then it's okay to enter into that transaction. So car insurance, home insurance, health insurance, these types of insurance, the scholars have said that if you have a need, then it's okay to enter into it. Life insurance, there's a bit more debate, because life insurance, some scholars have interpreted life insurance to have an element of gharar as well as an element of riba. They say all of the other insurances, they provide you with a service. Health insurance provides you with medical care, right? Car insurance fixes your car. Home insurance, covers whatever, losses. But they say life insurance gives you a payout. And they say that payout, you're paying money in order to get more money. So some of them interpret that to be riba. And the problem is that riba, the rule is different, right? Riba is like much bigger haram. So it depends on how people interpret it. So all of the other insurances, generally speaking, scholars say in case of need it's okay. But life insurance is maybe more heavily debated issue. I can't give a final answer on it. People are going to have to look at their individual circumstance and see whether or not they're really in a state of necessity for life insurance, and then you go to an individual scholar and ask them. Allah knows best. Let's open the floor for some questions on this one. Okay, tafadhal.
A couple of questions about insurance. Number one, the takaful program, does it have to be a non-profit entity? Number two is, if the money is invested, can they pay back dividends to the subscribers?
Okay, does it have to be a not-for-profit? No, the takaful, there are two entities normally in the takaful, right? There is the fund, the pool that we gave the example, PGMA takaful pool, right? So that's a pool that's a mutual pool, right? That we're all cooperating with each other and we're donating together. So this is one thing. So that functions in essence like a not-for-profit, right? And then you have the management company, and we appoint, Morgan Stanley to manage this for us. That's not a problem, because they're providing a service that you're giving them money, and they're managing it in a professional way. That could be a for-profit.
But you're saying that they could actually invest the money.
Yeah, it can be invested, but the investment should be halal investments.
But the investment goes back into the pool. It doesn't, if they have excess cash, they can't pay it back to the.
What normally happens with the takaful is that if at the end of the year they have excess, then some may be kept in reserve and some may be paid back to the policyholders. So there are a lot of different structures for takaful. So, but typically, one of those structures is that the reserve is given back, either all of the, typically part of the reserve is given to the policyholders, part of the reserve may be kept cash reserve, and part may also be given to the management company as an incentive for managing it in a proper professional way.
Last question is warranty. Is it considered insurance?
MashaAllah, jazakallah khair. Very good question. Warranty is considered, typically is considered insurance, but what scholars have said is like the example of buying the baby in the womb of the mother or buying the mother with the baby. So they say that if you buy something, if you buy a car and you can add on a warranty, it's okay to do that because the warranty becomes secondary. But if you already own a car and then you go and you want to get a separate warranty, then that separate warranty is considered to be like insurance. Does that make sense? So if it's bundled with the purchase, then it's okay. It's not considered, it's considered secondary, so it's okay. It's like you're buying the mother camel and she's pregnant. The pregnancy is the warranty, the camel is the car. Does that make sense? But if you just buy the warranty itself, it's like buying the baby inside the mother. Clear, inshallah? This is a very important question, so jazakallah khair. Yes, sister.
Yeah, I just have a question regarding, we talked about earlier about like owner, car, meaning that lease or buy. Now regarding the house, rent to own, it is considered a horror. Rent to own.
Rent to own. I mean, I would need to know the specifics of the transaction. We're going to see in the second part, inshallah, which is khalas coming. We're going to look at the financing structures for home finance, and so inshallah we'll address this one in that part. Yes. Okay, you're next.
Just an extension of the same question you brought up, Master.
Okay, you're after him. Okay.
Just an extension of the same question your brother asked in terms of warranty. If you're purchasing something, a washing machine or whatever, and at the time of the purchase they offer you an extended warranty, what normally comes with it is 1 year, but you can buy 5, 15, 20 year. If the warranty itself is not from the manufacturer but from an outside company, but it's offered at the time of the purchase, is that considered?
So the question is, are you buying the warranty? Who is providing the warranty? Are you buying it from the one who's selling, or are you buying it from a third party? That's the issue.
It's an assumption that it's a third party because when they offer you the product, they say we can sell you the product as is. You can get the warranty that comes with it. You can get an extended warranty. An extended warranty is an additional price that you're purchasing at the time when you're making the initial purchase. But the warranty itself, sometimes it comes from the manufacturer, many times it comes from an external warranty organization.
So for me, the question would be, when you're paying the money, right, you're going to pay it all to the one you're buying the good from. And then, in essence, if my understanding is correct, if you say that they are, for example, you're buying a washing machine, right, and let's say, from Best Buy, and they say, look, the manufacturer gives a 1-year warranty, you can buy a 5-year warranty, right? You can add it on to your purchase.
Right.
And Best Buy is handling that. They're going to handle it. They're going to, pay for that extended warranty, whatever. If that's the case, then it's not an issue. Then it's considered my transaction is with this. But if, on the other hand, they say, look, you can buy this extended warranty. The washing machine costs $1,000, extended warranty. You go to such and such place and you buy it from them. That may be an issue. Right? So, and Allah knows best. Okay, brother, tafadhal.
My question is similar to the one that Mirza kind of brought up. So if someone gets a coupon in the mail for a pizza, let's say pizza costs $10, let's say at Domino's, but the brother comes to you and said, here, this coupon, buy it from me, let's say for $3. You don't have the pizza, but you know this will be respected when you go to, let's say, the pizza place. But now you have the right to exercise that right to buy that pizza for the price that was, let's say, $5. But the brother is asking, I don't know, whatever number that I mentioned, $2 or $3. Can you buy that and offer this brother that $2 and $3? Later on, you have the choice. Now, the thing we know about coupon, they expire. So you have a chance until, let's say, August 20th to exercise that right, or you can actually sell it to somebody else. Let's say if you bought it for $2 from this brother, you can sell it for $2.50, and that brother still has the right to go to the pizza place and get it for that $5. Can you exercise that?
These are the brothers with the complicated questions. See, that's why I didn't want to call on you. So, Barakallah feek. You know, we had this debate at my work, because the question is, that coupon, does it represent money or does it represent a pizza, right? If it represents a pizza, it can be sold for whatever price. If it represents money, it has to be sold for the exact amount, right? Just like cash. So some people say it represents money, some say it represents pizza. So the opinion, even I remember this brother, he has a PhD in fiqh, and he was explaining, and he said that you know, it represents money, so therefore, if it's a $10 coupon, you can only sell it for $10, right? And then I said, you know, if this is a coupon that can be used to buy pizza or buy books, he gave an example for a bookstore. I said, why isn't it considered to be $10 worth of books? Because I can't get any cash for it. If I try to trade it in for cash, I can't get the cash. I can only get books. And he said, you know, you have a point. So I'm leaning more towards that coupon represents a pizza and doesn't represent money. So if it represents a pizza, you can sell it for whatever price.
No, but I'm saying you can actually get it for cash. I can actually, instead of $2, I got it from him, I can sell it to him for $2.
No, I'm saying that coupon, you can't go and trade it in for cash. It doesn't have a cash value, that coupon. The coupons, yeah, if it says $10 off, or if it says one free piece of pizza, for example, right? You can't go to the pizza shop and say, I don't want the pizza, I really don't like your pizza anyway. So, but the pizza costs $5, so can I get $5 instead?
But I cannot get it from the pizza place, but I can sell it to somebody else for $2.50.
That's the discussion. That's what we were discussing. So, my opinion and the opinion that we arrived at, you know, in this discussion was that it's okay because this coupon doesn't have a cash value. Assuming it doesn't have a cash value, this is the assumption, right? That it represents only pizza. So, you know.
How about the timing part of it? That it expires, you have until August 20, or sometimes you have the next 5 hours to sell it, or exercise that right.
If there's a timing option, a timing component, Allahu A'lam, but I don't see that would have an effect on the legitimacy of selling it, because it's a pizza nonetheless. You know, it's a piece that you have to buy within 1 week.
Exactly.
Along with this.
The other thing about the cash value is that you can't take it to the store and say, I want to buy sodas.
Right.
$2 worth of sodas for it.
Yeah.
So it's really not cash in that sense. It's on its money. Yeah, sure it's pizza.
Yeah. Now you're gonna have to bring us pizza, Brother Jimmy. After all of this discussion, now it made us hungry.
No, well, if you're hungry, not yet. I don't want to get up and walking out. There'll be food when the brother's finished.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Barakallah feekum. Tafadhal akhi in the back.
Assalamu alaikum. Regarding the life insurance, now when you pay premium by yourself to contract certain amount of money, which is haram, is that right?
I'm not going to say it's haram because there's different scholars differ. Some scholars say it's haram, some scholars say that there's a need, there's a necessity. But generally speaking, it's problematic. I'll say that. I say it's problematic because of the discussion on insurance in general and the gharar aspect. And the other aspect is some scholars consider that it has a riba as well. So it's problematic.
That is what's considered when you are paying the premium. What about employer-provided insurance?
That's okay. That's a gift. So alhamdulillah. So make sure you choose your employer well. In the back, yes, brother.
I have a question about insurance in general. The fact that there's so many types and
categories of insurance. Can we just say, put them all in a basket and say, you know, it's not good? Because you gave an example of if I have some grapes and I want to sell it to a winemaker, I know he makes wine. I can't do it because he's going to use it for harm. But there's insurance that you can set up, for example, to be like a bank, where you wouldn't be as much affected by the effect of fractional reserve, money multiplication, and inflation, and everything that comes with having money in a bank, meaning everything that comes with it. Do you have a guidance on that, or for example, just to say life insurance. Life insurance, there's term, there's full life, there's annuities, there's high cash value, so there's a lot of different policies, depending on which policy, how it's configured, it can be different things for different people.
True. Jazakumullah khair. You know, it's a complicated issue, really. I'm not familiar with the issue that the type of insurance that you're talking about, you know, that can protect you from a fractional reserve. But the typical kinds of insurance, life insurance, you know, home insurance, fire insurance, you know, these types of insurances. Generally speaking, scholars, they lump it into the category of, they call it commercial insurance, where you have a company that says, pay me this premium and I will cover you for this risk. If it happens, then you're covered. If it doesn't happen, you lose the premium. That's the way they generally say. And then if it happens, then either they will provide you with some service or they will give you some money. So that's how they would describe the commercial insurance. And they address it based on the underlying relationship, which is that can you give someone money to buy something that may or may not happen. That's what it comes down to. And this is where they say it has a gharar. But the rule is that gharar, if there's a need, and if there is some leeway there. So this is why scholars say that if there's a need, then and there are no Islamic alternatives, then you can do it. I mean, all of the international trade, nobody buys something from another country except that they get it insured. And even banks make that a condition, that you have to insure it. And no bank is going to finance a house or a car without making a condition that it's insured to protect themselves and to protect their investors. So these are needs. And in this case, they say the insurance is okay. But if you have alternatives, then you should go with the alternative. Let's move a little, because I think that I know that insurance is an interesting topic, and let's just continue. Inshallah, we're going to have time for more Q&A, inshallah. And I can stay as long as you guys want, it's okay. So gharar, and the other issue is derivatives, which we're not really going to talk too much about derivatives, but maybe in the thing about investment. Someone wants to please explain again the difference between takaful and commercial insurance. The difference is that in commercial insurance, the underlying relationship is a sale relationship, right? I pay money and I get covered, right? I'm covered. And the company must provide me the coverage. In the takaful, I'm not buying anything, I'm actually donating. I'm making a donation to a pool of like-minded people. And we're pooling our money together and we're committing to cover each other. And even though here there's gharar as well, right? There's gharar, right? Because the thing might happen or it might not, but they say that gharar is okay in charitable contracts. It's not okay in commercial contracts. So I can tell Brother Hassan, mashallah, Brother Hassan, you came from such and such place and you attended my lecture even though it's so boring, right? So I'm going to give you a gift and it's going to be a surprise, right? Method, all right? So that's okay, Islamically, and then I can tomorrow give him a gift that's a surprise. I can give him, a cup of water as a gift, or I can give him, a Rolex. So it's a surprise. But I can't tell him, Brother Hassan, mashallah, you have a beautiful laptop. I want you to sell it to me, and the price will be a surprise. I can't do that, right? Because that's a commercial transaction. The other one is a charitable kind of thing. So hopefully that addresses the difference. Okay, so let us move from gharar to look at this concept of what's the difference between a conventional banking model and an Islamic banking model. So this is a conventional banking model. So a conventional banking model is based on the concept of taking loans and giving loans. So when you deposit money into a conventional bank, right, you're a depositor, you are giving the bank a loan, and they are guaranteeing that money, okay? And then the bank may pay you interest on that money, right? So you've given the bank a loan. If the bank pays you extra, then that's interest, and that's not allowed Islamically. We already talked about that. On the other end, if you come to borrow from the bank gives loans. That's how they operate. They give loans, right? Generally speaking, they give you loans. They give people loans, and then the people pay back the principal plus interest. So when scholars saw this model, they said this is a problem. This model was inherited by the colonizers, who came into the Muslim countries. Muslims realized that this is foreign to Islam. Scholars analyzed it and said this is riba, this is haram, so we need to have alternatives. So the alternative comes in the next slide. So what's the alternative model? The alternative model is based on the concept that when the bank takes the money, it can still take the money as a loan. That's called a current account or a checking account, right? It takes the money as a loan, right? But in this case, if it takes the money as a loan, it only gives you back the same money. It doesn't give you any interest on an Islamic bank, okay? Or it can take the money as an investment account, which basically means that you are partnering with the bank. So the bank is saying, look, I have these investments that I'm doing, okay? You can invest with me, you can open an investment account, and we will share in the profit and loss. For example, we split the profit and loss 50-50, right? So not the profit and loss. We split the profit 50-50, okay? The loss, the bank will be working to manage your money as hard as he can to do a good job. If there's a loss, the bank doesn't get paid. The bank did all that work for a year, doesn't get paid, and you lose part of your capital. So that's we're going to get into a lot about how that works, but it's a type of partnership. And then now, how does the bank make money? The bank uses Islamic modes of finance, which we're going to talk about. They buy something and they sell it. They buy something and they lease it. They enter into partnerships. They do these kinds of things. They provide services for fees. It's okay. All of these things that are halal. And then they get, from their customers, principal plus profit, or they share in the profit and loss. So that's the Islamic model. Any quick questions on that model?
Just one question for argument. On the current account, do they charge fees for the servicing, such as processing the checks and so on and so forth?
Yeah, they can charge fees. It's okay. That's a good question. I want to, 1 second, I have a little thing here, a comparison between the two. So the basic building block of conventional bank is loan. The building block of Islamic bank is either profit sharing, investment account, how they get money, or typically current accounts or checking accounts. How do they make money? The conventional bank makes money by giving loans with interest and doing services and getting fees, like Brother Jamil mentioned, checkbooks and things of that nature, and commissions. The Islamic one also has fees and things of that nature, fee-based services, transfers, foreign exchange, all of that. But they make money primarily through participating in sale, lease, and partnership transactions. As far as the funds, how they raise funds, the conventional bank raises funds, creditor-debtor relationship, it's through loans. The Islamic one raises funds in a different way, either non-interest-bearing loans, where you open an account, current account, or some profit-sharing method, or there are some other methods as well that the Islamic bank can raise money using, which is like a reverse. Anyway, we'll see it maybe in some other discussions. It's called the reverse murabaha, where you can actually, instead of buying something from the bank at a markup, you can actually sell something to the bank. Like you can buy something and sell it to the bank at a profit, where you make a profit. That's another way that the bank can raise money, by buying things from the investors at a deferred price. And finally, the usage of the funds. Obviously, conventional banks use the funds in interest-bearing loans and things. Islamic banks use it in only Sharia-compliant, permissible ways. So those are the main differences. between the Islamic bank and conventional bank. And let me see, what's the next? Okay. The next that I want to talk about thing is, actually let's take one, maybe if we have one question, we can take about this one. Okay, Fadl.
I just want to go back to the same question about what everyone's saying about, is there a legit Islamic financing company in the States where if you have a conventional loan now and you want to go with them to be able to get rid of anything that called riba or anything like that, to be completely 100%? Because we hear a lot of, like, sometimes they'll say the MJA analysis says that there are no Islamic
So you want me to get into that political debate?
No, I just want to know if there is something like that we can actually do, or we just have to sell the house and get out of that. Is there a possible way to halal refinance?
Yeah,
is
there
there
is.
any acceptable company?
Yeah, there are. There are. That's the answer. Okay, and we can talk more about specific companies and things we can talk personally, but there are.
Everybody has the same question. Because everybody has the same question.
Yeah.
They all want to know.
To
finance
everybody, yes,
versus
they are.
finance.
There are Islamic companies that can refinance. Now the question is, how do we know which company is good and which company is not? You only have to wait to the next slide. Let's go to the next slide and talk about that. Okay. So there is this concept of Sharia governance, right? And what time is our show?
10:15.
10:15. Okay. Like, so, okay, like, Sharia governance is how we know, how are Islamic companies run? How are they managed? Okay, from a Sharia perspective, how do you know that this company is legitimate Islamically or not? This is a model. This is how Malaysia does it. How they manage it, and Malaysia is considered the gold standard or the best practice in this. So basically, you have. I don't know if you guys can read this, but obviously Sharia is an overarching principle. Sharia is the laws of Islam and the way to live Islamically, and then you have the bank has committees. The bank has a board of directors, who are appointed by the shareholders, okay, and they oversee all of the activities of the bank, and they oversee the risks that the bank takes. And the board also, there is an audit committee that oversees the financial statements and makes sure that the bank is operating in a proper way. There is something, Islamic banks have something called a Sharia committee or a Sharia board. This is typically 3 scholars who are experts in Islamic finance, right, and transaction law, or sometimes there are 2 people who are experts in transaction law and 1 person who's expert in business who has a familiarity with Islamic fiqh. And what they do, they have the job of giving fatwa for the company. Anytime the company wants to do something Islamic, or has a contract, or has a deal, or has a particular product that's Islamic, that they say is Islamic, the company has the obligation to go and submit their document and their processes to these scholars, and they will review it and give fatwa on whether this is allowed or not, and tell the company how to do it, number 1. Also, they supervise the implementation of these things. So they have the obligation to, on a yearly basis, typically on an annual basis, they oversee the review of these transactions and these contracts and make sure that they are still being implemented according to the fatwa that they gave. So this is the role of the Sharia boards. And it's very important that any Islamic organization, any Islamic financial institution has to have a Sharia board. That's the best practice in the world. They have to have a Sharia board. And these Sharia scholars, are qualified. There are certain qualifications. The most important one is that they understand transaction law. They can't just be anybody. They can't be, for example, maybe a scholar of Quran, qira'at. Right? Maybe they know qira'at, they know all the 10 different ways to recite Quran, and they recite Quran very beautifully. That person would not be qualified to sit on a Sharia board because they have to have studied Islamic transaction law. They have to know fiqh, and they have to know the modern fiqh. Not even just the old fiqh, but the modern fiqh and how it applies in the modern environment. So this Sharia committee there are different functions here, where in Malaysia they have this concept of, some banks, they only have the Sharia committee and that's it. And that's enough. In Malaysia though, they have done more because they are leaders, mashallah, in this field. There's a Sharia audit function. So you have an audit department that does the audit, Sharia audit, make sure everything is going properly. They check the system, they check the documents, they check the transactions, and they report to the Sharia committee, right? And the Sharia committee may find in the audit that, for example, the bank sold something that they didn't own, which is not allowed. So the Sharia committee will say, how much profit did you make from this? And will maybe invalidate that transaction and make the bank give that money that they made in charity. So, or they may, the bank may be doing a product or something, and a particular product doesn't have the Sharia approval. So the audit will say, you don't have it, they're doing a particular product, it doesn't have Sharia approval, and so the Sharia board will make a report to say you have to stop this product, and they would have to stop it. It's a commitment, they would have to stop it. And of course in Malaysia, if you do something and you claim something is Sharia compliant and it's not approved by your board, people go to jail. And also in Malaysia, if you're a Sharia board member and you don't actually perform your duty properly, you go to jail. So it's serious over there. And so that's the way it works. You have also Sharia research function, because not all these issues are complicated issues. So sometimes they need research to be done. And so the Sharia scholars commission this research to be done for them to better understand it, to give their fatwa on that basis. Sharia review is typically on a regular basis, making sure everything is going properly when the products are being developed, things of that nature. And then you have risk management. So this is the way governance is supposed to be done. The most important aspect is the concept of the Sharia board. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the role of Sharia boards. There is the concept of ifta. Ifta is fatwa. Fatwa is when you inform a questioner of a religious ruling. When someone asks a question and you give an answer and you say, this is the ruling, it's halal, it's haram, it's mustahab, it's makruh, it's mubah, this is a fatwa. And so the person who does this is called a mufti. And typically, like I mentioned, in Muslim countries, you have to have a Sharia board. You can't put yourself out as an Islamic finance company without a Sharia board. And so the first question that you have to ask, all people in America, all of us, and if we were interacting with an Islamic finance company, do you have a Sharia board? That's the first question. If they say no, it means that maybe they're giving themselves fatwa, which is problematic. Or maybe they are following, the fatwas of a different Sharia board. That may be okay. But generally speaking, the rule is that every Islamic financial institution has to have a Sharia board. That's the rule. And unless the customers demand that this practice is followed, it won't be followed. Because there's a cost associated with it. These are people, Sharia board scholars, they review things and it takes time. So if companies find that it doesn't matter if we have a Sharia board or not, people don't care, then they're not going to do it. And if companies find that even if we have the Sharia board with the biggest scholars in the world, still people don't care, they still say our product is haram, then it has no value. And we have that in America, we have both. We have some companies have Sharia boards with the biggest scholars in the world, and yet people say, oh, they're not legitimate. And we have other companies that say, we don't have Sharia board because we don't use our scholars to market our services. So, you have all of this thing. The best practice, and what I really want to bring to this market here, is that we should respect the best practice in the industry. What the scholars have agreed on is that, generally speaking, in the industry, is that there has to be a Sharia board, right? And they supervise the implementation of these offerings, these Sharia compliant offerings.
Yes, I mean, we definitely can appreciate, we can appreciate that you want us to feel comfortable with it, and we want to feel comfortable with it. But at the end of the day, or at Yom Kiyama, end of the days, right? The Sharia board is going to have to answer for themselves, and we have to answer for ourselves. So that's where, and unless you can provide us with some other kind of guidance, where our decision to lean more heavily on you guys for your decisions, though it may look great to us, though it may look everything, I don't want war from Allah on me.
Okay, very good question. Let me, I'm going to answer it when I finish talking about the role of the Sharia board, and then I'm going to answer that question, inshallah. So there's an organization called AOFI, and this organization is called the Accounting and Auditing Organization for Islamic Financial Institutions. They're based in Bahrain. They've been around for about 25 years, and they have scholars from all over the world. It's considered to be the industry standard body that sets the Sharia rules, as well as the accounting rules and auditing rules and governance rules for Islamic financial institutions. And they have standards that are vetted very high, very deeply, very involved process by large groups of scholars, and then another group of scholars and another group of scholars and people from the industry. So they set standards, and pretty much their standards are agreed upon to be correct, proper positions. So they talk about the role of the Sharia board. They say that the institution is obliged to follow the fatwa when the fatwa is given, and they also mention that if the fatwa entails enforcing a particular thing or prohibition of a particular thing, then the company has to follow that. If the fatwa says that no, this is haram, you can't do it, then the company can't do it, right? The Sharia board can't force the company to do a particular transaction if the company doesn't want to. If the Sharia board can't say you have to finance, cars. If the company says we don't want to finance cars, they can't force them. But if they're financing cars in a particular way and it's haram, the Sharia board says you can't do it, so they can't do it. As far as what are the qualifications of ifta, who can be, give fatwa? There are certain conditions that scholars historically have said. The person should have integrity, right? They should have mastery of the sources of Islamic law and the ancillary sciences. So the sources of Islamic law, the Quran and Hadith, right? And then the ancillary sources like the sciences like Arabic language is a big one, because you have to understand Arabic deeply in order to properly understand the Quran and Hadith, right? But even just Quran and Hadith, it's not only Quran and Hadith, but you need also the usul al-fiqh, which is the legal methodology to understand. So for example, when the Prophet ﷺ, when it says in the Quran, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, when it talks about surah about Jum'ah, right? فَإِذَا قُضِيَتِ الصَّلَاةُ فَانْتَشِرُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ وَابْتَغُوا مِنْ فَضْلِ اللَّهِ. When the salah is over, then go out and spread in the earth and seek the fadl of Allah, the excess of Allah. Basically, go to work, basically, right? Is it obligatory to go to work? Can somebody be sitting here praying after Jum'ah and reading Quran? Can you go and tell him, go to work, go and work? Why? Because the Quran says, when the prayer is over, go and seek the fadl of Allah. There are rules that help you to understand when is a command in the Quran obligatory, when is it recommended, when is it the command mean that it's just permissible. One of those rules is that if the Quran says that something is not allowed, and then it says that it's allowed, and then it commands to you to do it, it means that this is permissible. So you find that the Quran said about Jum'ah that right? That when the call is made for the prayer, leave transactions. So transactions are haram in Jum'ah time. You can't do that. And then it says that when prayer is over, go and seek to do business. So this command here, because it's coming after a prohibition, it means it is permissible, not obligatory. But in order to be able to understand, this is why common people shouldn't open the Quran and start making fatwa. It's haram to do that, actually. You have to understand these sciences to know, number one, the Arabic language, to know, when is a command like this, when is it like that, and the hadith as well, to know which hadith is authentic, which one is not. There are some hadith that people made up. Someone made up a hadith, they said, seek the advice of women and do the opposite. Someone was angry with their wife one day, and he said, you know what? There's a hadith. It says seek the advice, do the opposite. So he did the opposite, probably, right? So someone may use that, right? But it's a fabricated hadith. The Prophet never said it, right? But if a person hasn't studied the science of hadith, they, will do the opposite and will fall into all kinds of problems. So mastery of the sources of Islamic law, right? Also, applied legal expertise. It's not only enough just to understand these rules, but you have to apply it. You have to apply it to situations and problems and issues, and have the ability to apply it. You know, here, so this is another one of the issues. High social intelligence. They say that a mufti should understand when the person is asking a question, like how they could be tricking, what tricks people use to spin the questions. So the mufti has to have that intelligence to know even the tricks that people use. They say this is one of the conditions. Patience. They say a mufti should never rush to give fatwa. You know, even the Prophet ﷺ explained that if a mufti is angry, they shouldn't give fatwa, right? Or the judge shouldn't make his judgment when he's angry. Scholars have extended this to say even if he wants to use the bathroom, he shouldn't give fatwa. If he's too hot, he shouldn't give fatwa. He should have patience to examine the thing properly. And then independence, so he shouldn't be having a conflict of interest and things of that nature that could influence his ability to give fatwa. So these are all rules of fatwa, and some jurisdictions, what they do is they codify these into the laws. Who can be a mufti, how the mufti can be, and things of that nature. So these are all some of the rules of who can sit on these Sharia boards. And then IOFI has similar, they talk about the same qualifications. I just here brought the IOFI standard, but it says the same thing, what the mufti has to have as far as qualifications. As far as the due diligence, when these issues are brought to the sheikh, to the mufti, he has to determine if the issue is subject to a judicial judgment. So if, for example, someone's coming, a particular transaction has been declared, invalid by a court, and then the person is coming to the mufti to get the mufti to say, no, this is okay, and then put him in conflict with the state. So the mufti said, has this been taken to a court? If it has, especially in a Muslim jurisdiction, then follow the rule of the court, because the rule of the court represents the state and the ruler. If it's not, then he has to understand the issue well, he or she. Actually, in a lot of countries, we have women who sit on Sharia boards at some of the highest levels, especially in Malaysia and Indonesia. So understand the issue well, and the meaning of all the terms that are used. A lot of these terms are terms of art. You have to understand the meaning of the terms. If it's in a different language, have it translated or understand the language. If the terms have certain meaning in a particular environment, you have to understand all of that deeply. And also understanding the general Sharia ruling. For example, if this is a loan, what's the rulings for loans? That you can't take a benefit, this and that, all of those rules that we talked about. And also understanding the applicability of the general Sharia ruling to the situation. Loans, you can't take a benefit, a conditional benefit, for example, on a loan. Is this transaction a loan or not? This is one of the big issues. Sometimes something may be called a loan. For example, people call Islamic financing Islamic loans all the time. Is it a loan though? Because if it's a loan, you can't make a profit, right? We know the ruling on loan is that you can't make a profit on a loan if it's conditional. But then someone calls this thing a loan, is it a loan? So all of this is part of the process of fatwa. And it's part of the process of ijtihad. Ijtihad comes from the same root of jihad, to struggle. And so the mufti has to struggle and strive and do his utmost or her utmost to understand the issue and come to a proper opinion. And obviously the bank has to be transparent. The questioner, if an individual is coming and asking a mufti, they have to be transparent. And their obligation is to show the facts clearly to the mufti. The mufti's obligation is to interpret the law in light of those facts. Everybody has an obligation. And one of the biggest issues is the transparency. So IOFI, for example, says that it's an obligation on the bank. If something changes, for example, the mufti gave a fatwa based on particular facts, and something changes, the bank has to go back to the mufti and ask if this affects the ruling. So they have to be transparent in this sense. As far as how ifta is done, there are primary sources, the explicit meanings of the Quran, the Sunnah, certain things are very clear. Ijma', when all the scholars at a given time agree on a particular thing, right? Clear analytical deduction, alcohol is haram because it makes you drunk, so, and it makes you lose your mind, so XYZ drug of the day makes you lose your mind, so therefore it also has the same ruling as alcohol. That's an analogy. So sometimes the analogy is very clear. So muftis will use that. And then there are secondary sources as well. So there is a certain methodology when people give fatwa. And this is why it's so essential that it's respected, that we respect this science of fiqh and of fatwa. And not everybody, by virtue of being a Muslim, thinks that we can give fatwa. We can't give fatwa. We have to leave it for the people of knowledge. The Prophet, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, "Yas'alu ahla dhikri in kuntum la ta'lamun." Ask the people of remembrance, ask the people of knowledge if you don't know. He didn't say give yourself fatwa, right? And this is why the scholars say this is a command. And it's not like the command of go after Jumu'ah to go and work where it's permissible. This is a command that's wajib, that's obligatory, right? And there is a story where some of the Sahaba, they went out and they went to somewhere, and someone got injured, and he hit his head very badly, and there was a big open wound in his head, and he needed to make ghusl, right? He was in a state of janaba, he needed to make ghusl in order to pray. And so he asked, is there a license for me not to pour water over my head, right? And just to wipe over it or something like that. And they said, some of them said, you know what? We don't see you having that there's any license, meaning you have to pour water over your head. And so he said, I guess that's what I have to do. So he poured water over his head and he died. Then they went to the Prophet ﷺ and they told him the story. And he ﷺ said, قتلوه قتلهم الله ألم يسألوا إذ لم يعلموا فإنما شفاء العي السؤال وكما قال صلى الله عليه وسلم. They killed him, may Allah kill them. The Prophet ﷺ, imagine saying that, and he said that why didn't they ask if they didn't know? Because the cure for the ignorant is to ask. So a lot of times, we give ourselves fatwa and we give other people fatwa. It's one thing if we don't want to do something ourselves. You don't have to do it. If you feel doubtful, you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it, right? But it's another thing when you tell someone else, oh, this is riba, by the way. Oh, no, this is haram, you can't do that. No, this Islamic one is exactly like the normal riba one. Just take the regular one that's less price. That's all of those are fatwa, and the person is committing a sin even if they're right. Because they're giving a fatwa, and they're not qualified, they don't even know Arabic. Let alone usul al-fiqh, let alone the science of hadith, let alone all of the other list of things that you need in order to give fatwa. But, I think it's a cultural thing. It's maybe 100, 200 years ago, there were scholars, there were so many scholars, so many imams, it was known to go to the sheikh and ask. Nowadays, we're living in difficult times. There are not many scholars, there are not many imams. So sometimes, people, they have good intentions, but they do this. But the problem is that it leads to misguiding others and leads to falling into serious problems. I have like 2 more slides on this one, and then I'm gonna open up for a few questions. We have something? Oh yes, of course. Thank you very much. So this is just talking about the procedure. Okay, and then we're going to talk about Islamic finance methods. So that's the next thing. So I want to go ahead. Let me see if I have any questions on the email. People online, you can email ashraf@capitalislamic.com if you have any questions. We don't have any here. Someone is asking here what kind of interest rate is permissible in credit card. 0 interest rate. 0% is permissible. If you have a need and you are pretty sure that you will be able to pay on time and you do your best to pay on time, then inshallah it's okay. Yes, brother.
That's a good question. Where can we find all this information? There's a lot in one day. Is there somewhere we can find bottom line? Bank, or do we have banks in America that do transactions?
We do, yeah.
Where can we find
like guidance?
Get information?
There's one company called Guidance Financial, and there's another company called University Islamic Financial. There's another company called Divan Bank. There's another company called Nariba, and there are so many companies now. If you look Islamic finance companies in America, if you Google it, you'll find the number of companies. Inshallah, I'm going to post this on my website. And inshallah, my goal is that, my plan, and I ask you for your du'as, inshallah, is to start putting videos and content and material on the website that will address issues that American Muslims have. So there's one brother, he has a website, Muslim Money Matters. It's called Muslim Money Matters. Brother Joe Bradford. He's a sheikh, actually, Sheikh Joe Bradford, who is an expert in Islamic finance, mashallah, with bachelor's and master's from Medina in fiqh, and worked in Islamic finance field as well. So that's another website that is a good reference, and that is based in America, Muslim Money Matters. It's a good reference also, inshallah. Yes, Brother Tawfiq.
The question is, maybe you addressed it while we were talking a few minutes ago. In medicine, if you are going for a complicated surgery, they'll advise you that you don't just go to one surgeon and just go for that surgery. You need to see maybe so many number of opinions from other surgeons. So likewise, I think we are at that point in America before you go into any of these transactions that you need to seek for more opinions. So your own, from your own experience, I know you just told us you're going to post all these things on your website. How many of these opinions can you suggest that we go through or we seek before we're going to maybe buying a house or doing some of these transactions?
Okay, and this is a very critical question, really. So the industry, right, has and you know, the vast majority of scholars have agreed that if a company follows this discipline, right, where they have Sharia board, they have 3 members in the Sharia board. Typically, they say the standard is 3. Sometimes you might have 1, but typically 3, right? Even if they have 1, but they have a Sharia, a scholar who is qualified in Islamic financial transaction law. Okay, and that scholar has given fatwa that this is okay, right? And they are doing annual reviews, because it may be that someone gave a fatwa 10 years ago and the company is doing something completely different, maybe, right? So there is an annual review or a regular review to make sure that everything is in line with that fatwa. So the scholar is standing behind that fatwa, then inshallah it's okay to deal with that company, right? You don't have to go to other scholars, you know, as far as whether it's okay or not, because this is the industry standard that the ulama have approved. They have approved this discipline, that if you have 3 scholars who are specialists in the field, and they are giving fatwa to the company, and they're doing our annual review, then this is okay. And this is the discipline that actually I would like, that I think we need to have in America. This exists in other places in the world, right? But here, because we haven't established that discipline, you know, things are all over the place, you know. And I think with this type of discipline, we can actually grow the industry. But if it doesn't matter if they have a fatwa scholars, if they have specialists, it doesn't matter if they're doing review every day, even every year, and still people are going to, you know, give fatwa that this is, then it becomes problematic, you know. So that's the issue, and we should ask the company, do you have a Sharia board? Who's on your Sharia board? Are they qualified? Are they trustworthy, right? And are you doing an annual audit? Yes, then inshallah it's okay. If a person in their heart they don't feel comfortable, they don't have to do it. That's fine, right? But they shouldn't say that this is not allowed, that this is haram, that this is the same as interest. They shouldn't say any of that, you know. But Allah knows best.
Assalamu alaikum. Brother Ashraf, it's time for Isha. My recommendation would be, based on I see the Imam is here, that we make the Isha prayer, and those who want to get some refreshments can do that. Those who want to come back in and ask you questions afterwards can do that. But you can't get refreshments and come back in with the refreshments. No food in the Musalla.
Should we, after because there is, I didn't realize how deep the discussion would go. So there is, inshallah, more. I would like to continue for maybe another 45 minutes or something like that. Maybe we can take a break. Whoever wants to stay can stay after the.
Yeah, after the issue, you could both talk and people ask questions. So on and so forth.
They're thirsty for knowledge. Yeah, that's what I do.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم استقيموا واستووا إلى الصلاة يرحمكم الله. Fill the gaps and complete the lines. استقيموا. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت
شيء علما كذلك نقص عليك من أنباء ما قد سبق وقد آتيناك من لدنا ذكرا من أعرض عنه فإنه يحمل يوم القيامة وزرا خالدين فيه وساء لهم يوم القيامة حملا يوم ينفخ في الصور ونحشر المجرمين يومئذ زرقا يتخافتون بينهم إن لبثتم إلا عشرا نحن أعلم بما يقولون إذ يقول أمثلهم طريقة إن لبثتم إلا يوما ويسألونك عن الجبال فقل ينسفها ربي نسفا فيذرها قاعا صفصفا لا ترى فيها عوجا ولا أمتا يومئذ يتبعون الداعي لا عوج له وخشعت الأصوات للرحمن فلا تسمع إلا همسا يومئذ لا تنفع الشفاعة إلا من أذن له الرحمن ورضي له قولا يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون به علما الله أكبر سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين وعنت الوجوه للحي القيوم وقد خاب من حمل ظلما ومن يعمل من الصالحات وهو مؤمن فلا يخاف ظلما ولا هضما وكذلك أنزلناه قرآنا سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر السلام عليكم ورحمة الله السلام عليكم ورحمة الله
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. On behalf of PGMA, the Shura and Executive Council, and also on behalf of the PGCMC, Allah reward all of them, inshallah, I would like to thank Brother Ashraf Ali for this informative lecture tonight. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward him. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala increase his knowledge. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala benefit us from his knowledge. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make it heavy on the scale of his hasanat, the day of judgment, inshallah. And we hope inshallah it will be repeated again, because I thought from the question that he got today that there are too many questions, and these questions are very valid to, that help us to live a true Islamic life as following the Sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So we thank him very much. May Allah reward him. And inshallah, he's invited all the time to PGMA. Jazakumullah khair. Also, we need to make dua to two brothers who passed away. Brother Idris is the cousin of brother Sayyid Khan, and brother Babai Jah, he is the cousin of brother Habib Jah. So let's make dua for them, inshallah. Allahumma arhamhuma ya rabbal alameen. Allahumma tajawaz an sayyiatima ya arhamar rahimin. اللهم إن كان محسنين فزد في إحسانهما وإن كان مسيئين فتجاوز عن سيئاتهما اللهم اغسلهما بالماء والثلج والبرد اللهم نقيهما من خطاياهما كما ينقى الثوب الأبيض من الدنس اللهم أبدلهما دارا خيرا من دارهما وأهلا خيرا من أهلهما اللهم الحقنا وإياهما على الإيمان والجنة اللهم لا تفتنا بعدهما ولا تحرمنا أجرهما واغفر لنا ولهما اللهم اغفر لحينا وميتنا وذكرنا وأنثانا وكبيرنا وصغيرنا وشاهدنا وغائبنا اللهم من أحييته منا فأحيه على الإيمان ومن توفيته فتوفه على الإسلام يا رب العالمين وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله وسلم وبارك على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين جزاكم الله خيرا. Okay. I know. والله والله I know. الحمد لله والله. It's very good. جزاك الله خير. الحمد لله. بس انت بتتكلم عربي صح؟ انت بتتكلم انت قاعد في السعوديه. بتتكلم فصحى ولا بتتكلم لا انت عارف انا كنت بكلمك على مين؟ مش انا قلت لك اشرف لما كان قلت هو ده على فكره عربي انا سمعت عنه بس اول مره اشوفه فكره كنت قدمت قلت لك اشرف اللي كان بيترجم الشيخ صراحه يبقى عربي ايه بقى مظبوط صح انا بتكلم انجليزي وانا بتكلم عربي شفت
لا يا عمران الله يفتح عليك ان شاء الله يعني احنا عايزين نطلع مسكر هناك بقى ربنا يفتح عليك الله يبارك فيك رقم كام وبعدين الحمد لله Let me give you the card before I forget. Yeah, you live, you're going back to you're in Jeddah. Yeah. Which?
Inshallah, after the sunnah, we will continue, and maybe 30 minutes, 40 minutes, hopefully, inshallah.
I think we need to get started before everybody leaves.
السلام عليكم. I don't want to take your time. I just want to know. First time speaking. I want to know.
You can take the card. Inshallah, the email is there, the website.
Okay, that's all I need. Thank you very much.
How are you? Alhamdulillah, barakallah fiik. Are you his security? I'm the second, third, oh, okay. So I'm doing Jibran style. Let me put Zayn away, and so we can continue. Hey, so good to see you. Yeah, so come you can hang on. Hit me up, man. I'm around. This what's going on. Tomorrow I can check on Facebook.
رقمك هنا كام؟
I'll give you my card.
اللي عليه رقم امريكا؟
عليه رقم امريكا والسعوديه.
انت ماشي ماشي
ماشي يعني يوم الاثنين ان شاء الله.
هذا شهر رجع جدة؟
لا انا رايح نيويورك وبعدين رايح ميشيغان وبعدين ميشيغان.
طيب انا عندي زيارة جدة الشهر القادم ان شاء الله. طيب خلاص.
تشرف بيك.
باذن الله حبيبي ربنا يبارك.
بارك فيك.
قعدت جدة ولا تحرك؟ طيب خلاص باذن الله. مش عايز كنا لو انت مطول شوي كنا رتبنا طلعنا زياره للشيخ صلاح. نجيب هنا كل
والله انا حاولت اعمل حاجه في دالاس لكن عشان كانش في يعني توفيق بس كنت عاوز ازوره.
لا سهل انت ليش كنا عاوز تعمل حاجه في تكساس؟
لا خلاص دلوقتي مفيش وقت لكن ان شاء الله الزياره القادمه.
طيب خلاص باذن رب العالمين ان شاء الله. خلاص احنا خلينا نحاول. انت ماشي تقول الاثنين القادم؟
ان شاء الله.
وراجع دي سي ولا لا؟
لا خلاص تقريبا.
طيب يعني ما نعرفش نشوفك
والله صعب.
ها؟
صعب في جدة نشوف بعض.
طيب خلاص خلينا نرتبها ان شاء الله.
يلا I think we should get started. So we can yeah, let's get started. You look familiar though.
You don't remember none of them?
Well, hi, Rasi. Different hair and everything.
You don't remember? You don't remember none of them?
Look good, man.
You don't.
I'm leaving on Monday. No, you, mashallah. I have a reason not to. Yeah, you changed everything. He's in disguise now. I'm going back to New York and I'm going to be there for a little bit. Michigan. Let's get started. Assalamu alaikum, brother. كيف الحال يا شيخ؟ Let's get started. Yalla, too many greetings. Alaikum assalam. Are you leaving? Nice to see you. Yalla, inshallah, bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Let's get started with some additional issues. بإذن الله. طيب. Let's settle everything. Okay. Bismillah, walhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah, wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala. Inshallah, we want to talk about some of the Islamic financing methods that are used in the Islamic finance world to finance various kinds of assets. So, inshallah, first thing, we want to look at some of the main types of Islamic contracts. Okay. So, there are different kinds of contracts that are mentioned in the books of fiqh. They're called nominate contracts or al-uqud al-musamma. So, there are certain exchange contracts, sale contracts, there are partnership contracts, and there's charity contracts. The exchange contracts tend to be various forms of sales and leases, partnerships, mudaraba and murabaha, and we're going to get into all of these in a bit more detail, inshallah. So, the first one that we want to discuss is the cost plus sale. This is called murabaha. And this is mentioned in the books of fiqh, where it means when you sell something and there's a condition that you disclose your cost and the profit that you're making. So you disclose the cost. And so this is used in financing, where what happens is that the bank, you go to the bank and you tell the bank, I want to buy this car, I want to buy this house. And so the bank says, I will go and buy it. But the bank, and then I will sell it to you at whatever cost that I pay, plus a particular profit that's agreed upon. 10% profit, 20% profit, $5,000 profit, okay? And typically you're going to pay over 10 years to pay. So this is murabaha. They call it murabaha lil-amir bil-shira. It's murabaha for the person who asks you to buy something. And normally what the banks do in order to protect themselves, because they're worried that you might ask them to buy something and they buy it and then you say, I don't want it anymore. So banks cover themselves either one of two ways. Either sometimes they can go to the seller and they can tell the seller, look, I want to put a condition. If this guy doesn't buy, then I want to be able to return it without any loss. So some banks are able to do that, especially the big ones, right? Some, what they do is they take a promise from the customer. They say, you promise that if I buy this, you will buy it. And in this case, if that customer decides not to buy it, then the bank will say, you broke this promise, and the bank will ask the customer to compensate for any loss that the bank suffered. So if the bank bought the house for $100,000 and they're supposed to sell it for $200,000, for example, and they buy it, they go to the customer and say, okay, here it is, let's do the sale. And the customer says, no, I don't want it anymore. And then the bank has to go and sell it in the market, and the bank sells it for $95,000. The bank can go and get that $5,000 difference from the customer as a compensation for breaking his promise. He broke the promise, it caused the bank to lose that money. So that's how the murabaha works. And that can be done, this is the most used contract in Islamic finance, where the customer wants something, he wants a house, he wants a car, he wants some cement, he wants furniture, anything. The bank will go and the customer will commit that if you buy this, I will buy it from you. The bank will go and buy it correctly and properly and take ownership of it, and then will sell it to the customer. And this is considered Sharia compliant because when the bank buys it, it takes the ownership of it. And if the bank takes the ownership and it's liable for that thing, then the bank has a right to sell it and make profit. As opposed to if the bank just gave a loan where it doesn't take any risk in the asset and then gets more money back. That wouldn't be allowed. So this murabaha is probably various variations of it, maybe like 70% of all of Islamic finance industry is based on this contract of murabaha. And also murabaha is used in America for home financing as well. Yes?
Are there aspects of a contract that could, I'll try to talk loud. Maybe.
Are there aspects of the contract that might make it, and I think you had mentioned it, let's say you go into the contract, a house, and the bank says, okay, I will buy it from you, and you pay for 25 years. It's a 30-year, not loan, right? Or it's a 30-year business agreement that you have, right? For 25 years, you paid all of the money up front. The last 5 years, you fall on hard times, you get laid off or something like that, and you're no longer able to pay. Is there an aspect of that contract that would make it haram if they took it from you? I mean, is that not lul, or because here in the United States, they're going to take the house from you?
Okay, good question, barakallah feek. So basically, if it's murabaha, which we're talking about here, the bank would sell you the house from day one. So the house would be transferred to you, you own the house, and they would put a lien on the house. So they would take the house as collateral or as security. And that's what's done, in the Middle East as well and throughout the world. The way they document it is differently. Here we have a lien. Over there, they would keep the house in the name of the bank as a form of collateral, and they wouldn't transfer the title to you until you pay it off. Different legal systems. In the end of the day, you owe money, and there are certain collateral that you've put up. So if you don't pay, it's up to the bank whether to liquidate that collateral or to give you more time. It's their prerogative, because you actually, if you don't pay, if you fall on hard times, right, you actually have assets. You own a house, right? So you're not poor, you own a house. So you can't say, okay, this person is poor, they don't have money, you have to give them more time. Yes, if it's just a pure, clean financing, they just gave you, money in a halal way, and you don't have, and you're poor and you don't have money, you say I can't pay, they have to give you more time. But in this case, you have a house, so you're just illiquid. So they have the right to sell the house and to get their money. It's their right, There's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't fall under dhulm. And Allah knows best. But if they decide that they want to reschedule and give more time and things like that, then that would be okay.
One of the Islamic bank here, part of their contract, if that such situation arises, they will sell the house and they will split the profit if there's any profit there on the owner. So I don't want to mention one of them, but when their contract.
Yeah. That's correct, because that's the way it works when you take security, right? Because the house, they take it in order to sell, to get what's owed to them. So whatever is owed, they take. Whatever is excess, you keep it. They give it back to you. That's how security works in that regard.
When you buy a house from a regular bank,
splitting the profits?
I think that's in the co-ownership setup, not in the murabaha.
Oh, in the co-ownership. It may be if you split the profits. Normally, I don't think anybody splits the profits, except there's one company in California that does that, housing. But I think in the others, the way it works is if you default, then there is, and we're going to get into a little bit of musharaka, we'll talk about that. But as far as murabaha, specifically, That's the way it works. It's you owe the whole price, you own the bank, you own the house. If you don't pay, they can sell the house to get their debt, and then the rest of it goes to you.
When you go to a settlement for a house, the bank deals with the seller and pays the house, take ownership of the house,
Yes.
and then turns around and deals with the buyer.
Correct.
Why isn't that mubah?
Why isn't it? Mubah?
Yes.
Yani why murabaha?
Because, because in the settlement, for example, I have a house, but it's not my house. It's going to be my house only when I make that last payment. And if I don't pay, the bank is going to take the house. It's not the owner who sold it to me 15 years ago. That guy is gone. He made his money.
The issue is, they have a rule in Sharia that says, الحكم على الشيء فرع من تصوره, right? You have to, in order to give a ruling on something, you have to understand it properly, right? So, the way scholars today have interpreted conventional home lending is they say this is a qard. Basically, you want a house for 100,000, the bank is basically giving you 100,000, and then you're committing to pay back 200,000 over 30 years. So they're saying that the bank has nothing to do with the ownership of the house. The house is only a security, but basically the bank is only giving you money, and you have to pay the bank back more money. And so you owe the bank money, and the bank is taking this house to secure its debt. On the other side, the Islamic one, the bank actually buys the house and typically records the house in its name, and then sells the house to you, buys it for 100,000, records it, takes the risk of the house, and then sells it to you for 200,000. And so that's the difference, that in one case, the way that scholars, the general understanding of the reality on the ground, right, is that money is going out and you giving them back more money, and the asset, they're never taking ownership of the asset. On the other hand, the Islamic, they're taking ownership of the asset, and so because they take ownership, they have the right now to sell it at a higher price. So that's the general
Didn't the 2008 crash prove that the bank actually had ownership? Because when everybody walked away, the bank just didn't go anywhere. The owner got that, which is the bank. So in one hand, you say you don't own it, but in the other hand, you own it. So, see what I mean?
There's a difference between having something as a security, right, and owning it. Owning something means that you have the right to use it, you have the right to dispose of it, you can use it, you can dispose of it, you can give it away, you can do it whatever you want. That's what it means when you own something, right? Security, the bank, as long as I'm paying, the bank can't go and say, oh, we found a buyer for this house, we're going to sell it. But the owner can do that. The owner can sell the house. The owner can do whatever they want with the house. The bank doesn't. So the concept of rahan, of security, is something allowed in Islam, where you owe someone money, and you owe me money, right? And then I say, I'm not sure whether you'll pay, so I said, I want you to give me something as a security, so you give me your phone or something like that. So that's something that's allowed. Quickly, I want to answer this question from one of the sisters. She says, what do you advise when someone thought that they were purchasing a house from a Sharia bank, but they realized that the bank also practices interest in its activities? Should he stop finance from the bank or keep going knowing that he didn't know before and that was not his interest? No, it's okay. A lot of the major Islamic banks, they have, they're not Islamic banks, but they're banks. They have conventional activities, interest-based activities, and they have Islamic activities, and they're both separate. Like the bank that I work for in Saudi, that's how it is. They have this, they have that. And the Islamic ones are governed by the Sharia, there's Sharia board, there's Sharia audit, all of that, mechanisms for ensuring that things are correct is done there. But the bank also may have conventional practices, interest-based practices. That doesn't invalidate the Islamic one. Just like somebody who was a Muslim person and he does good things and he does bad things. We all hope that we can all be the person who only does good things.
That's a segue to my question. Basically, let's say back in the day you didn't know about Islamic Islamic financing, you bought this house, now you have interest. Now, 10 years later, you know about Islamic financing. What's your take on that?
So what I would recommend is that the safest approach is to refinance with an Islamic finance company. And from what I understand, I do believe that at least 2 of them, the major ones, do refinancing. So you can go and say exactly that. I want to get out of the conventional one. And they have mechanisms that are approved by their Sharia boards, documentation that's approved to do the refinancing. So let's go on. Let me take this one question and then let's continue. Yeah.
In existing Islamic financing contracts, there's no real transfer of ownership to the bank's name or transfer of risk. So does that invalidate the Murabaha contract?
So when you say there's no real transfer, is that a fatwa, or is that from a Sharia perspective, or is that a legal perspective, or what perspective?
No, it does not get transferred to the bank's name, so it doesn't get registered in the bank's name.
Okay, so now when we analyze this issue, alhamdulillah, because this is one of the arguments that people make, is that number one, transfer of in the name, the transfer of title is not a condition for transfer of ownership from a Sharia perspective. From a Sharia perspective, when you do a sale, the main pillars of the sale is the offer and the acceptance. So I sell to you, you accept. The 2 parties, the buyer and the seller, and then the subject matter of the thing, the 2 subject matters. So whatever is being given, and then the price, the subject matter of the exchange. So those are the pillars of the contract. So you have to have those for a contract to be complete. The subject matter, the buyer and seller, and the offer and acceptance. So recording, it is good to record this transaction and to have witnesses and to record the title. But if you don't record it, it doesn't invalidate the transaction. So what scholars have said is they say it's always better to record the title in the name of the bank, right? Where possible. Sometimes it's not possible because of certain legal issues, certain tax issues, things of that nature. In that case, they say it's okay to do it. As long as you have the pillars of the transaction, it's okay even if the recording is done directly in the name of the customer. The companies that I'm aware of, some of the companies that I'm aware of here, they do record the title in the bank's name. Not to mention certain companies, but I do know that they do record the title in the bank's name, and then they record it in the name of the customer. Or if they can't do that because of legal reasons, what they do is they give a power of attorney to the customer that we are recording it in your name as our agent. So, and the way the power of attorney works, or an agency, it's that person represents the bank in holding the title, and then after that they transfer the title to the customers, to the name of the customer. So that's the issue of the title, of the ownership thing. And this is something, speaking from like the Sharia, like working in the Sharia department and Sharia audit and all of that, this is probably the most important thing that people look at. That the auditors and the scholars look at, whether or not the bank is owning this asset. Because unless in all of the Islamic finance modes, you have to own the asset before you sell it, before you lease it, and these kind of things. So this is something essential. So I don't know if I answered the question.
Yeah, so I'm thinking maybe companies here like Guidance and others, do they actually make an offer to the seller, and then the seller accepts their offer as the bank to own the house?
So I can't speak on behalf of Guidance, right? What they do. I can say that.
But you're saying that's the condition.
I'm saying that there has to be the ownership.
So even
they have to own it. There has to be a proper offer and acceptance between the bank and between the seller. Either the bank representing itself, or the bank may appoint the customer as its agent to accept on its behalf. And typically, a lot of times, it's done like that, because the bank can't, maybe the bank is based in a particular city and is doing business all over the country, so they may not be able to have their send to the sellers directly or the representatives. So what they'll do is they'll appoint the agent, they'll appoint the customer as the agent to do that on their behalf. And what the IOFI has said, what the scholars have said about this murabaha, they say that in general the ideal should be that the bank should itself go and buy it, right? And it shouldn't appoint the customer as the agent unless there's a need. If there's a need, it's okay to do that, but ideally the bank should do it itself.
Also the element of transfer of risk.
The element of transfer of risk, this can be interpreted in different ways. That's not one of the pillars of the contract, right? The pillar of the contract is the offer and acceptance, like I said, the contractual parties, and the subject matter. People argue about whether risk has been transferred or not, because banks always take measures to mitigate their risk, right? They take a promise, they do these kind of things. So, when the bank owns the asset, when they own it, that asset is in their liability. So if that asset suddenly, sinks into the ground while they're owning it, they own it. It's their, they would lose there. That's the idea of it. So.
But that's not the case.
Yeah.
Well, hold on a second.
There is no single bank have been for the last 2-3 months dealing with most of the what they are called Islamic financing institutions in this country. Let's say in the DCA or the East Coast. For 3 months and no single one of them, with the question that you are raising, I have been raising the same, and we're coming to a point we cannot reply, and I'm leaving the meeting. I'm just quitting the whole meeting and
Okay, Assalamu alaikum. Hold on one second. I want to stick to where he was coming from in regards to. I think the cost plus thing is one thing. My question in relation to you would be the difference of, let's say you find a home. There's a cost. There's an owner you're buying it from, whether it be the builder, whatever the case may be. The bank comes in. You come to an agreement to buy the home. Not the bank buy the home and sell it to you. You and the bank create an LLC, and at closing, you buy the home. You and bank buy the home. Bank owns 80%, you own 20%. Let's say it was a business, and you were leasing it out. Each lease payment, bank gets 80%, you get 20%. But instead, you say, you're going to get your 80-20, but I'm going to give you some of mine so that I'm buying your ownership out at agreed upon price. So I'm buying that institution out of the LLC partnership. Your thoughts on that? And I think that's what they're doing. They're not doing plus. They're doing a joint purchase and co-ownership.
Let me interrupt you if I may. There are companies that do co-ownership. There's one company that does co-ownership, and there are other companies that do cost plus. So the banks here in America, they're not allowed regulation-wise to do co-ownership. So they have to do the cost plus. And then there's also Ijara, which we'll talk about Ijara as well. So let's continue and see some of the issues.
The guy who does that, when he said diminishing musharaka. It's diminishing musharaka.
Yeah.
I was at.
But I don't want to talk about diminishing musharaka because it's coming. I want to talk about murabaha.
But keep in mind that they are not a bank. They are a mortgage company.
Yeah,
it doesn't have the same regulations as a bank.
Exactly. That's why they can do that. The other thing, the other type of transaction that's done a lot, it's not done here in America, is called tawarrud, which is basically murabaha, but here the customer wants cash. So the way that they approach it is that the bank will sell you some kind of commodity that you can easily liquidate and get the cash. So they'll sell you rice, they'll sell you stocks, something that you can actually take ownership of, and if you want, you can take possession of. So typically now in Saudi Arabia, they're doing a lot of stocks. So they'll say, you want $100,000. Okay, we will buy 100,000 worth of stocks. You choose what stock you want, some halal stock, right? And sell it to you for 120. So you're buying it for 120. So when they buy the stock, they have to buy it, take ownership, take possession of it, and all of that. And then they sell it to you in such a way that if you want to take possession of it, you can take possession of it, right? You can take delivery of it. or you can sell it yourself. You can click the button and sell it, right? And get your 100,000. So that's another transaction that is used whenever they need to give cash to the customer. Sometimes there are things that you need to have cash, and it's not something where you need a particular piece of furniture or a particular property or something like that that they can just buy and sell to you. So they do this. They'll buy something liquid that they can, and they'll sell it to you on a murabaha basis. So this is used, like I said, a lot, and AYOFI has set standards for it. The most important standards revolve around the transaction should be a real transaction, meaning that whatever they buy, there should be a mechanism to ensure that they actually own it, and then when they sell, that the sale is proper, and that the customer has the ability to take delivery of those assets if the customer wants to, and ideally the customer himself should actually liquidate it, not necessarily appoint the bank as its agent. So, this is one of the transactions that's used.
Is that okay to have the intention from day one that I need the cash?
Yeah, it's okay. According to there's, like I said, there is difference of opinion on this one, but the AYOFI, which is maybe the highest body that gives fatwas in Islamic finance of specialists, they have set a standard for it. So they've put certain conditions. The most important condition, of course, this is not considered to be the most preferred way of financing. More preferred is actually doing partnerships and things of that nature. But they said sometimes there's a need, so they put these conditions. They said that the transaction has to be real. The most important thing, the transaction is real, and the person can take ownership of the asset, and the liquidation of the asset happens by the customer himself and not by the bank, ideally. So this is tawarruq. It is definitely, I think Sheikh Hassan knows that it is controversial. Some people, they take a position that they say, no, this goes against the spirit of Sharia. Other people say the default rule is that things are halal until proven haram. What's your proof that it's haram? So you have this kind of debate. But we don't have that here in America, and I don't know whether we will. So, but you can't talk about Islamic finance unless you at least mention tawarruq. But I don't want to talk about it too much.
Actually, people started to do it as individuals.
As individuals, okay.
I've seen it here, just individuals.
Okay.
The whole thing, you wanna get the money, so they are making the halalification. So
It's okay.
it comes to.
But if it's being done in the proper way according to the proper standards, then inshallah it's okay. We have to be careful not to close certain doors, upon people, because if there is a need, right, and other types of methods are not available, right, and then we close this door as well, then it could lead to a lot of problems. It could lead to people falling to haram. So it might not be something that people say is ideal, but at the same time, it's definitely better than conventional ribawi transactions. So, Allah knows best. There's another type of transaction called salam, which is used a lot in agricultural finance, and this was done during the time of the Prophet ﷺ, which is that it's a forward sale of commodities. So, for example, there's a farmer, and he needs money for seeds and things like that. So he goes and he says he agrees with somebody to sell his future harvest, that he's going to harvest in, let's say, 6 months, and he says, I sell you, 50, or 100 bushels of wheat, this quality, kaza kaza, with the details, and for delivery in 6 months. And typically, and then but he gets the money cash up front. So cash is paid for something that's described in the future. So this is a transaction, even though it has some level of uncertainty, but the uncertainty is mitigated by the fact that it's, the commodities are known and are described, and also typically the commodities that are sold in salam have to be something that is available in the market, not something very specific that is only specific to a particular place. It should be something available. So even if his harvest doesn't work out, he can still buy those from somewhere else. So this is typically what the scholars say about salam.
It's a future.
It's like a futures, but but the price is paid up front. So that's the difference.
Is the quantity, does the quantity need to be determined?
The quality, the quantity, all of the details.
So you can't say that, you know, I'll buy your crops, whatever they are.
No, it has to be specific. It has to be specifically described. Because otherwise you end up having gharar. You know, it becomes a problem. Yeah.
What if there's a drought or flood? Is the risk that's being borne by the party that advances funds becomes apparent?
What if there is a drought or a flood and he can't deliver? So in this case, you know, he can give something else. They can agree that he can give another commodity, or you know, they can cancel the transaction and he can give the money back to the person. So there is a risk there, you know, or they can wait, you know, until it comes. So there is that risk, you know, that is there, needs to be managed.
But is this specific to crops and agricultural products?
This is typically anything that can be. It's typically used in agricultural products, things that are fungible, things that you can, one thing can be exchanged for another. So and it could be used, you know, maybe like it's not used for manufactured goods. So it could be used for oil, for example, raw materials and things like that. Manufactured goods typically falls under istisna, which is the next category, which is where you agree with someone for them to manufacture something for you, or is for them to manufacture something for you, and you can pay them up front, or you can pay them in installments, or you can pay them according to the progress of the construction. There's a lot of flexibility in the payment, and they are going to be liable to deliver that manufactured good. So for example, someone's going to build a house, so they give you all the details of the house, right? And they give you all the details of the house, and you buy that house. You make a contract, you buy the house, okay? It's a sale. So now he has sold you that house that is described, that is he's liable for delivering that house. And then you can say, I will pay you in phases as the construction is completed. I can pay you at the end, I can pay you up front, and you can put whatever payment terms you want. And that's called istisna. It's a very flexible contract. And that could be for something that is being constructed. As well, scholars say that even it can be used for something that is a manufactured good. So like, for example, you know, computers or TVs or something like that, that you can use the contract of istisna to buy those in a deferred way. So you buy 100 TVs, you know, with certain specifications, you know, and you pay up front or you pay on a deferred basis. So this is istisna. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. On this note, is that how you would procure, or for property developers, right? $20 million, $200 million projects, right? Or even a bunch of computers. The question comes, like, I understood as you put on the last part, you said it is okay to enter into a contract where you're giving the money up front, right? The question becomes for, you know, small businesses who want to, you know, be able to procure those $200 million projects or what have you, that, you know, they need the money to do that, right? Is the istisna contract the way to actually do the finance part of it, or that's just the name of the contract itself, and there's maybe another method that would allow people to, you know, go get 200 million or go get, you know, 10,000 laptops to sell?
So I mean, typically it would be istisna. So I mean, so for example, you know, if someone wanted financing, you need to give me a specific scenario. Let's say a builder, you know, he won a contract to build, you know, a hotel, right, in a particular place, and the hotel is going to cost, you know, $100 million, and so, you know, he's going to build it, and then, you know, he's going to sell it, you know, for example, and he's expecting to make a certain profit, and so he needs to get financing for this hotel. So then the question is, how could he get financing? So if he goes to a bank, right, we know that in general the way Islamic banks work is either they're going to buy something, sell it to you, or they're going to buy something and rent it to you, or they're going to enter as a partner with you. So how would we use istisna here is what would happen is that typically what the bank would do is the bank would enter into a relationship with the builder to say, okay, you know, you have this contract, you have this concession to build this thing, okay? The bank would appoint the builder to build the thing, to build it. So the bank would basically buy this hotel, you know, buy the hotel, for example, for 100 million. And so the builder will be building it and the bank would give the builder money, right? And then what the bank will do is the bank may say, you know, that once it's complete, or the bank, one of the ways, I'm just thinking here, what would be the simplest one? Sometimes they use a lease agreement, where they'll say that we will lease this building to you, like this building that you're building, once it's complete, we will lease it to you. They will lease it back to the builder, and the builder will have like 20 years to pay off the lease and then transfer ownership at the end. So they will use a combination of an istisna in order to, you know, to build the asset, and then they would do a lease to transfer, you know, the ownership of the asset to the builder. So that would be, it would be a combined transaction. That's one example.
But you said you can't do sale and lease at the same time.
So what would happen is that it would, you know, in this case, it could be the lease would happen either at the end of the transaction, or it would be structured in a different type of lease. Yeah. Give the brother the microphone.
Then the builder goes to the commercial bank. Is that allowed? Is that contract?
Going to a regular bank, conventional bank?
Yeah, there's so many rich people that goes out, they go forth and they come to the Western society, build the buildings.
Yeah.
They enter the contracts. They give maybe a little bit in the beginning, but then builder is allowed to find the money to build the buildings. At the end of the finish, they will get the money from
the sellers and things. Oh, well, the thing is about this, you know, I can't just say, in general, going to a conventional bank is not allowed, because you have to know the relationship with that conventional bank. You need to know what the conditions are, and you need to understand in detail, you know. So, you know, I would say that whoever is doing that has an obligation to ask someone of knowledge who has some kind of specialty in this area, this is the transaction that I want to do, is this okay or not, you know? And because you need to look at what that relationship is. So let me take this one, and then I'm going to...
Zamzam Tower in Mecca was built that way with a sukuk. So they issued a sukuk to raise the money. They had a lease, and then at the end of the tenure of the lease, those who bought the sukuk were able to either to use the properties, or else then lease them out to someone else. So that's how they raised the money to build the Zamzam Towers.
Yeah. So with the Zamzam Tower with the clock. So they use these type of methods. As far as leasing, there are certain, I'm just going to look at the picture here. But leasing, we've talked about it. But basically, typically, for example, in the home finance, the way it works is that the bank will acquire the property and take ownership of it. And then before that, typically the bank takes a promise from the customer. If I buy this property, you promise to lease it for 20 years at this rate, for example. And then once the bank owns the property, the bank will then lease the property to the customer. Maybe the customer wants to take ownership at the end. So in that case, at the end of the lease, the bank will sell the property or the asset or the car or whatever to the customer, you know, and it's at the customer's discretion whether he or she wants to buy it or not. The customer is not obliged to buy the asset at the end. The customer can say, you know what, I took this car, it was a nice car, but I don't want it anymore, I don't want to buy it. It's up to them. So, but the bank can commit that if you pay the payments all, then you can take ownership of it. So that's the leasing, the way the leasing works. Then there's partnership models where the two sides can partner with each other, which I'm not really going to go into too much. You can see the slides. And then there's mudaraba, but the musharaka and mudaraba is basically the concept, should I do it? The concept of partnership in Sharia is, the idea of it in musharaka is where two parties, everybody puts up money and puts up effort. And they decide to split the profits according to whatever they agree. And the losses are according to however much capital everybody has put up. So if I put up 20% and my partner put up 80%, right? And there's a loss, then I lose 20, he loses 80. But if there's a profit, we can agree, especially if maybe the one who's putting up 20 has a lot of expertise and has the expertise to manage and all of that. So maybe the profit sharing ratio will be 50-50, even though he only put up 20, you know? So all of that can be agreed together. And if they're partnering to buy an asset, then it can also work in a diminishing partnership model where one partner can buy out the other partner. And there can be an agreement about how that buyout process will happen. So this is a long topic, this one. Mudaraba is the same concept. Mudaraba is where it's a partnership where one party puts up money, the other party puts up effort. So, and then they split the profits according to their agreement. And then the losses will be the person who put up the money will lose his money, and the person who is managing the project will lose his effort. He doesn't take a salary. He doesn't get a salary. He'll lose his effort. And so everybody is risking something. The person who has the money is risking his money. The person who is managing is risking his effort. And if there's a loss, if it's determined that the person who was managing was negligent, then he is liable for the loss. But if he wasn't negligent and he did his duty properly, then he's not liable for the loss. So that's the way it works in general in any kind of partnership, that the risks are shared. But if one of the partners is negligent, then he becomes liable to make up for his negligence. I want to see if there's this is Mubarak. Any questions on those?
That last bullet on the previous slide.
Previous slide, last bullet.
What is this about risk of moral hazard?
Okay, moral hazard is basically where someone, because their money is not really at risk, they take bigger risks than they would normally take. So for example, we're partners. Like you go with the bank and you put up 5% of the money, the bank puts up 95%, right? And because you don't feel that you have very much to lose, you, as a customer, take big risks. And you think, I'm only going to lose 5%, so what? So I don't really care. The bank is going to lose 95%. So that's called moral hazard, where there is a risk of the person doing something that's not moral,
How is that linked to established corporate customers?
Because normally an established corporate customer who has a reputation and things like that, they're not going to try to take advantage of the fact that they're a minority shareholder in the partnership. So if it's a big company, they're not going to, the idea is that they probably won't do something like that, where they'll say, the bank has a 90% share, I only have a 10%. Let me take really big risks, and I don't care if I lose the money, because they have a reputation. They don't want to lose the money because that'll affect their reputation. That's kind of the idea. The fact that these methods are not used much in Islamic financing because of the risks involved in them.
But you're saying that the profit share could be different from the ownership.
Yeah, exactly. But the loss has to be according to the ownership. Yes, sister.
Salam alaikum.
Salam.
Do you mind answering the questions on?
Okay, this one. Okay, sorry.
On the front and the back.
Front and back. This one. Is it true that once we sign a contract with Sharia Bank for a mortgage with Murabaha concept, the Sharia Bank will send the agreement to big mortgages bank like Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae? Okay, so this issue, These companies, there are companies, Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae, that the government has established, that they established a while back to facilitate home ownership. And what these companies do is that they buy mortgages from mortgage companies and from banks, and they create like bonds, they create like securities. So they put them together, and then they sell them to investors, and with a guarantee, sometimes with like a quasi-guarantee from the government, but it's sold to investors. So that's how they get money to help Americans buy homes. So some of the Islamic institutions, they went and approached these institutions and said, can we do something with you Islamically, right? So the short answer is that they did something with these companies Islamically to make the relationship between them Sharia compliant. That's basically the answer. In detail is that some of them have a partnership model, and so what they sell to the institution is a share in a partnership, which is okay from a Sharia perspective to sell. Some of the others, what they have is the relationship that they have. Their scholars have reviewed it and interpret it as a wakala, or as an agency, where that company, Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae, these companies have appointed the bank as their agent to actually go and, for example, buy a house on their behalf and then sell it to the customer. So by doing that, in essence, when you're doing a murabaha, the bank, for example, XYZ Bank, if they have that relationship with Freddie Mac and Fannie Mac, where it's an agency relationship, you go to this bank and you say, I want to buy this house for $100,000, and the bank buys it. The bank is actually buying it on behalf of that investor, that company. So they're the ones who own it, and then when the bank sells it to you, they're representing that company and they're selling it to you for $200,000, and the bank is just taking a fee for doing that job, of that agency job. So, and this is what actually the banks, they put this in their financial statements. Actually, it's explained in this way, and their auditors have reviewed that, so that this is the relationship. It's an agency relationship. So by doing that, the reason why is that they don't want to sell a debt, because selling debt is not allowed in Sharia for a discount. So they don't want to originate the debt, buy the house, sell it to you, you owe now a piece of paper that says, Maryam owes $200,000 for this house, and then they sell it to this company for $150 or $110. That would be selling a debt, which is not allowed to do that type of transaction. So this is how they do it with the agency thing. So I hope that I know it's kind of complicated, but I hope that it's clear. And I didn't know that actually until recently. I always had an issue with this thing until I investigated it more.
I'm sorry. I heard about that during the Al-Maghrib class, during this seminars about housing. So in that case, it is halal for us to purchase a home through the Sharia bank who has relationship with the Freddie Mac or Fannie Mae.
Yeah, it's halal, inshallah.
Halal.
The other question, do the halal banks approve financing based on your credit score? Yes, because your credit score reflects your ability to pay back and your history of making payments and things like that. And also, their investors may be looking for that. And this is why it's necessary to, develop credit. There are some institutions that don't necessarily look at that. Like I was managing a company in California, small company. A lot of the customers working in big IT companies, 6-figure incomes, zero credit, because they never got a credit card, they never did anything with debt, and that company was able to still finance them. You can look at your rent history, they can look at other things to establish your ability to pay. But typically, companies look at the credit score. Are there any halal banks or companies that finance vehicles in this area? I am not aware of any that finance vehicles. But what you could do, number one, there's always 0% if you can get 0%. Number two, and we talked about the 0% if you have a need and if you're pretty sure that you're going to pay on time and all of that, right? Number two is, and Allah knows best, if you are buying the car, if the party that's financing the car, and this may be difference of opinion, but this is the opinion that I believe, that if the party that's financing the car is the same one that owns the car, then this would not really be considered as a loan with interest. So for example, if you're going to Toyota and the car is owned by Toyota, right? Or let's just say CarMax. The CarMax owns the car, so you have to determine that it owns the car, okay? It's in CarMax's name, they own the car. And CarMax is saying, we have our own financing that we will give you. You don't go to a third-party bank. We will give you the financing. So when I look at a transaction like that, I would look at that as closer to a murabaha, where someone owns something and they're selling it to you at for an installment, on an installment basis, than it is a loan where someone's giving you money and you're paying them back more money. If CarMax, on the other hand, says, no, go to this bank, go to this credit union, right, and they will give you a loan, that may be problematic. But if CarMax themselves are saying that we will finance it for you, since they own the car, then I would be more comfortable with something like that. But once again, in order to really give the proper opinion, one will need to see the contract and see the details of the transaction.
Because you find the same CarMax, they have established another entity inside them called CarMax Bank.
Right.
So it has become a third party, but owned by the same umbrella. And for the sister who's asking about the halal, just installment stuff for the car, there are a few brothers doing this in this area, but only for the used cars.
Oh, there are.
I know three personally. They are doing the pure halal, but for the used cars.
Okay.
Car dealers, not brand new cars. And if you wanna know them, I can just guide the sister to any one of them, inshallah.
Well, I would like to know who they are so I can, see how they're doing it as well.
So,
inshallah. Yeah.
Question for you on the issue of the self-financing. I mean, even not just CarMax, but GM has its GMAC. They create their own financial institutions for the purpose of financing their own vehicles, even though it's a separate corporate entity. It's an affiliate or subsidiary of the organization. But you also have the situation where they're acting in some cases, they're acting as an agent for what is a separate third party, in which they have a relationship that says, look, here are the numbers, put this through, we get back to you and say what it is. So they're not telling you to go to somebody else. You're staying within their dealership, but you are going to somebody else.
Yeah. So here, the way I understand this issue, right, and Allah knows best, is that if it's a corporation, an entity owned by GM, for example, then I treat that as a whole, as one, right? So it's owned by them, or majority owned by them, treating this as one, right? If they're just an agent for XYZ credit union, then that's just like, there's no difference between dealing with an agent or dealing with the principal, So owner financing is definitely a way out for Muslims here, in addition to the Islamic financing companies, that if you want to buy a house and the person who owns the house says, look, I'll give you financing, you can pay me in 10 years and I'm going to charge you X% interest, that wouldn't be considered interest. That would be considered as profit, right? Same thing with the car, with the CarMax, same thing with a builder who owns the property, right? And says, I will, give you financing. So you're not going to a third party, but you're transacting with the owner of the asset. Even if they use the word interest, this goes back to the intentions, that words can be used, interest can be used, and it cannot be interest. And profit can be used and it's interest, right? So we need to see what the reality of the issue is.
Does it really matter in the, like builder financing, whether it's fixed installments versus a percentage?
It doesn't matter as long as the price is known up front. So if they say 10 years, you can calculate the price. 10 years, for example, right? And 5%. So you can calculate that into a price, right? So whether it's a price, typically scholars in the past said it's preferred to be amount as opposed to a percentage, but in our context, in our environment, I don't think that that would be an
But
issue.
that would mean that if it's percentage, that means, there's an element of gharar because the final price is not really known. Because it depends on your installment, your actual payments.
Or if it's a percentage, and the issue is if you pay early, right? Because if he says 10 years, your payment is $500 a month, right? So you can calculate how much the price will be. And that's the maximum price, right? Aside from like late payment fees, and if you don't pay late and you pay in 10 years, you'll pay exactly that amount, right? But if you pay early, right, then they're going to deduct from that amount because it's going to be calculated in that fashion. So would that invalidate the contract? I don't think it would invalidate the contract. Ideally, it should use Sharia compliant documentation. We should go to these buildings and say, if you're willing, any owner that's willing to provide finance can easily make their documentation Sharia compliant, easily, right? And even I can help them do that if you guys know something, So, but yeah, and if in the absence of that, right, is it haram to enter into, owner financing, relationship? I don't believe that it's haram, that it's riba or anything like that, and Allah knows best. I think this is a really important thing. And same thing with foreclosures. And if the bank actually took ownership of the house, it's a bank-owned property, and they're the ones who are going to provide the financing. You have the same. It functions as owner financing kind of thing. And Allah knows best.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Yes, the brother that spoke about auto financing for halal auto financing in this area, I would like to see you will get the information for those companies before you leave, please.
Okay, jazakallah. So let me talk briefly about Islamic investments, and I know that we've been late, and jazakallah khair. I want to just talk about how, subhanAllah, you have to have mercy as well on people. Okay, so public companies. Oh, you want to see all the slides? Okay. Where are we?
You're going to send the slides, right?
I'm going to send it, inshallah. This one is about wakala with the concept of agency, and we spoke about agency. I'll just talk about it briefly. But agency is where you appoint someone as your agent to do a particular thing. As long as that thing is halal, it's okay, right? And the agent is not, as long as he does his job properly, he's not liable for anything. But if he is negligent, then he becomes liable. And typically mutual funds and things like that focus on the concept of, they are organized around the concept of agency. There's an investment manager, they take a fee or they take a percentage, they're your agent to manage the fund, okay? And there are also fee-based services that investment companies provide. As long as they're doing something halal, it's okay to charge a fee for halal service.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum. I want to know how you suggest going about navigating through student debt, like getting into it, and if you're already in student debt, how to navigate getting out of it.
Okay, barakallah feek. Alhamdulillah bil alameen. AMJA, actually, Assembly of Muslim Jurists of America, they actually did have a fatwa about student loans, where they basically say that try your best not to fall into loans, right? And only use it in case of necessity. But if you have no other option, then you can do it. Not to buy like a new laptop and things like that. Some people, they get, mashallah, not to, something that you don't need. You're talking about like necessities, right? And then try to pay it off as soon as possible. That's basically what they said, especially in this context here. Some countries like in the UK are developing an Islamic solution for student loans, and hopefully we can have something as well. But that's probably going to take a while to have an Islamic. I mean, who knows? Maybe one of you will do it, So we need to have an Islamic solution, but the position that they have taken is that this is a need. It's a need to have people educated, and so if you have no other option, then you can try to do the subsidized one, pay it off as soon as you can. If you can't, then go ahead and you can take the loan. That's what AMJA's fatwa is. But I think also, I think it's important to realize that there are many ways to go about getting an education, and it doesn't have to be the concept of full-time student, 4 years, and then job, right? People do part-time study, full-time work, especially in the IT field, they do these kind of things, So they do community college, which is cheaper, and they try to get scholarships. It's important to try to get as many scholarships as one can to minimize any kind of loans, So as much as possible, one needs to minimize it and only use it in case of necessity. That's the general answer, and Allah knows best.
On that note about scholarship, just on the note of scholarship, is seeking scholarships, although it seems to be great to defer or to stay away from riba, but is seeking scholarships like asking for sadaqah and begging? I mean, yeah.
Seeking scholarships, asking, I mean, here's the thing, right? The thing is, if you look at the scholarships, right, the scholarship companies say, we are looking for people who have these criteria, right? And so you're saying, I have those criteria that you're looking for, So they are seeking to give, So the scholarship, I would look at it from a Sharia view, more like a waqf, right? And a waqf, an endowment that's established has certain beneficiaries. The one who puts the money in the waqf says, he puts in the deed of the waqf that this money is for these beneficiaries who have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you fit that category, then they put the money to give to you. So I don't think that it would be like begging.
Question. Under the mix in the bulletin 3.
Okay, let me talk about it. Okay, so as far as investment in companies, there are 3 kinds of companies, right? There is permissible if the business is halal and all of their financing is halal, they don't give riba, they don't take riba, they don't do anything haram, like Islamic companies and things like that, Islamic banks, it's completely halal to invest in them. If their main business is haram, right? Like, I don't know, gambling, casinos, things like that, conventional banks, then it's haram to invest in them. The third category is where the business is halal, Microsoft, for example, but they're involved in riba, paying riba, taking riba, or in some impermissible things. Here, there's more details. And typically, scholars say if you have a need, then you can invest in this third category with certain conditions. So, let's see what the conditions are. There are different conditions that different scholars have put. These are the conditions that are pretty much agreed on, and this is what the IOFI has put as their standards. They said, number 1, the primary business should be halal. Okay, so if we took Microsoft as an example. Number 2 and 3 have to do with giving and taking riba. Okay, so it's haram to pay riba, it's haram to take riba, right? So they say that as far as paying riba, the way that you can look at it is to see how much interest-bearing debt the company has. And that interest-bearing debt should be no more than 1/3 of the value of the company. So this is something ijtihad that the scholars have done, and they use the 1/3 number. And so they said as long as it's less than 1/3, then it's considered to be a little. It's not considered to be a lot. Because there are some ahadith where the Prophet ﷺ set this as a benchmark for a little and a lot. So they put this 1/3 rule. The second rule that they say is that the haram income, and typically interest, but any income from any haram activity should be no more than 5% of the total income of the company, or of the total revenue of the company. Revenue, actually. So total revenue of the company. So, which is before the expenses, right? Let me see, total income or total revenue. And dakhil is I guess the income. So no more than 5% after expenses, the income, bottom line. So no more than 5%. So you look at, typically they look at the interest, how much interest, if the company, it made total income of 1 million, and their haram interest is let's say 100,000, between interest and some gambling and maybe some some interest from bonds that they have and all of that is 100,000, that would be 10%. It would be haram to invest in this company according to these rules. If it's less than 5%, then they say you can invest, but whatever percentage of haram, you have to calculate it and you have to give it away in charity, because that haram would be part of your income. So and it's poison, and you don't want any poison in your money. So you have to give it away in charity. You have to calculate the haram amount and see what is it per share, and you give it away. Not with the intention of sadaqah, you don't consider it zakat, you consider it just purifying yourself from a haram poisonous thing, a poisonous snake that's in your house.
This is Dow Jones, not Dow Jones.
This is IOFI. This is the IOFI rule, actually. They use these conditions. Dow Jones, we have, they tweak it a little bit. They may add some. They may have, different things. Like Dow Jones, they don't say interest-bearing debt, they just say debt, because they're in America, so all debt is pretty much interest-bearing. IOFI specifies if the debt is halal, Sharia-compliant debt, you don't have a problem. It can be 90%. It doesn't make it haram, but because it's interest-bearing. So,
question on the primary business. In most of the rulings I've seen in regards to hotels, the primary business of a hotel in general is halal. I rent you a place to sleep.
Right.
But most of them take hotels out of it. Why? Do you know why that is?
So this is Dow Jones. So they're putting, distillers, of course, haram. Food products, we were saying food products that are not halal, and tobacco, recreational services, because their assumption is that these recreational services, people may be doing haram things there. Harmful environmental records, bad employee records, don't cooperate in things that are bad. Food retailers, it seems like maybe because they don't want to fall in, if they can't, protect against the haram, they're just taking it out. This is ijtihad. All of this is scholars are making ijtihad to saying how can we, what things should we stay away from as Muslims, because generally speaking, sometimes things are mixed up and you can't really differentiate what's halal and what's haram, right? And so, like scholars, they talk about what do you do if there is some meat, right? And you know that, 10-20% of this meat is haram, right? They were like, 10 cows, they were all slaughtered. Let me not open that cow, the meat thing. All right, let's just say women, okay? There is, you're in a small village, or there's a family, and your mother says, this family, they have 5 daughters, and your mother says, back when you were young, their mother, nursed from, and you nursed from their mother. So, from this particular person, so one of them is, let's say, sorry, I think they messed up the example. Basically, there's somebody there who's your sister, from your foster sister, but you don't know who it is, and they're like 5 women, okay? So they say it's haram for you to marry any of them. You can't marry them, because you cannot protect yourself from the haram except by avoiding all of them. But then they say, what about if there is one woman in the city of New York who is your foster sister, but you don't know who it is? Is it haram for you to marry any woman from New York? They say no. They say you can go ahead and marry. So here, scholars, they talk about this issue. So it's an ijtihad issue. Obviously, gambling, alcohol and porn. This issue of hotels, like in Malaysia, they have a different standard. In Malaysia, I'm not sure what standard that they put, but you're right, you have a point. They say because hotels, they serve alcohol, and they say the resorts, there's haram stuff that happens in the resorts.
Yeah, but can you say, I can see the alcohol for the big hotels, because many of them will have it in the room and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But if you look at a Hampton Inn or something like that, they don't provide alcohol downstairs in the room or anything else like that.
Yeah.
The prostitution issue, you can buy a house and
that's
you're not responsible for what goes on in the room.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that some of these things are actually, I think, a little quick. And for example, one of the things that comes a lot is defense here. Sometimes you find defense and weapons, right? And Since when is defense and weapons a haram thing? You know, especially in a Muslim country, and if a company provides, you know, weapons, you know, for self-defense, it's not something that's haram. You know what I
They're
mean?
using it to fight Muslims.
In that situation, but as a general rule, you know, because these apply for in Muslim countries and in non-Muslim countries, not only for in Muslim countries, not only in non-Muslim countries. So this is, like I said, subject to Dow Jones. IOFI doesn't put a list like this. IOFI says they make a general rule, and you're supposed to have a Sharia board. Every institution is supposed to have a Sharia board, and that Sharia board is supposed to determine these areas and should be revising these things. And then here we talk about investment funds. Yani there are different kinds of funds that can be established. Typically, you know, the investment manager is an agent. Sometimes it can be a partner, or he'll take a percentage of the profits. But typically, 90% of the time, the investment manager is an agent, and he takes a fee. There can be equity funds. Here in America, I think the vast majority of the funds are equity funds. In the Middle East, you have commodity funds where maybe it invests in oil, it invests in various commodities, buys them and sells it and takes positions and things like that, using Sharia compliant instruments. Murabaha funds, where basically the fund will actually do murabaha transactions. And typically this is the equivalent of a money market fund. And as long as there's leasing funds as well, there's REITs, like real estate funds. So you have all these different kinds of funds that are available. And I'm not going to talk about sukuk, but sukuk, I'll talk about sukuk briefly. Sukuk are basically the Islamic alternative to bonds, where basically there is a transaction, you know, like a murabaha kind of transaction, and it's instead of the bank buying the house, mathalan, and selling it, what will happen is that a bunch of investors will make a company, and that company will then buy the house, for example, and sell it, you know? And so now all of those investors in that little company, you know, all have a share in that transaction. So this is the way that they do something called sukuk. Well, they'll make a special company. Let's say a company, you know, let's say there's a corporation that wants to buy a building and pay for it over 20 years using a lease. So what will happen, instead of a bank doing it, the bank, an investment bank, can set up a sukuk, where they will set up a small company called an SPV, a special company, and that company will be the one that will get money from investors, and then it'll buy the building, and then it'll lease it, or it'll buy the building and then sell it, and everybody, those investors all have a share in that. So this is called sukuk, which, yeah, and it's really big because, and some people look at it like similar to bonds, because you know what you're getting. You know that this company now has to pay rent for 20 years. This company has to pay the installment for 20 years. So it functions like a fixed income instrument. And so you can make portfolios based on that. And so there are there are a lot of different kinds of structures of it. You know, let me give you guys some examples. This is an example of an ijara, where you have, you know, someone wants to buy a house or buy a building, and so all of there's this company, SPV, created. The investors give money to that company. The company issues certificates or shares, basically, and then the asset is purchased and then leased to the company, and then the company will pay rent to the SPV, and the SPV will then pay the rent on to the investors. Yeah. Tell them.
So is this a per project SPV, or can you have it like investing in different projects at the same time, like a pool?
I mean, it's typically per project, but it could be invested in a lot of different things. But typically, the sukuk are a particular project.
Yes. So if it's investing in different projects, then the fixed income part would not be guaranteed.
Yeah, it is possible that it could be based on a lot of different projects. This company could be investing in a musharaka, a partnership. So it could actually enter into a partnership with the company. And so there's a profit and loss sharing element. But typically the sukuk that are done in the market, a lot of them are doing things like murabaha, things like ijara, where there's pretty much a guaranteed payment, and the investors are looking for that. If they want to share a risk, they would typically buy stocks, and buy equities. And this gives them a different kind of risk profile. But the sukuk are very flexible. You can do anything that a bank can do, an Islamic bank can do, the sukuk can do. The sukuk is just a company that, instead of the bank doing a partnership with you, instead of the bank buying a house and selling it, instead of the bank buying something and leasing it, this special company will do it. That's funded by investors.
Isn't it the same thing as like a cooperative? It's like a co-op?
Is it like a co-op?
Yes.
Maybe you could. I mean, depend. It could be. But these people are together, and they're entering into a particular transaction together, and everybody has an equal share in that.
And some governments are doing, even the non-Muslim.
Governments do it. The UK government did it. They needed to raise a certain amount of money. I don't know, 500 million, I think, pounds. And so what they did is they entered into a lease where basically they have a building, and so the sukuk holders, they bought that building from the UK government, and then they leased it to them over for 5 years. So they did that. So there are a lot of flexibility in sukuk, and there's a lot of literature now in this area. And I think I am going to close with that. And since it's, I talked about stocks. I said the conditions for investing in stocks.
Oh, Bernie, sorry, please. Would you please tell us what banks that is legit?
Or what banks are legit? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Actually, there is also the 401k issue. Some people were asking about that. 401k, okay, there's two issues that always come up with 401k. Number one is, how do you pay your zakat on 401k? The answer to that is that you see, if you were to liquidate your 401k now, or any retirement account now, after taxes, after penalties, how much cash can you get? That's the amount of cash that you pay zakat on, that you add to your cash, and you assume that you pay zakat on. So this is for any kind of, if you pay your zakat at the beginning of Ramadan, you say, if I liquidate everything, all of my investments today, how much will I get? That's the amount. So this is one thing. The other one,
Question on that.
Yeah.
We have to do on a yearly basis because the money is accumulating over years.
I mean, that's how zakat works. The way zakat works is that every year you choose a particular day. On that day, you have to see your total assets, your cash on hand. You see if you have any inventory, if you're a business person. You have to see if you have any stocks and things like that, investments, whatever. You have to calculate, how much is the value of these things. And then if you owe any money over the next year, you subtract that. And then if that total is more than the nisab, which is 85 grams of gold, about $3,000 or so, then you have to pay zakat on it. You pay 2.5%. So that's how that would work. And there's a really good book by Sheikh Joe Bradford on simple zakat guide. It's really nice. It has things to pull outs, and it has stuff that you can use to calculate your zakat very easily. The other question that comes up is my company has a 401k and they just invested. I don't know what they're doing. So the rule is that you now know what the rules are for investing, right? We mentioned that these are the rules, right? These are the prohibited, for example, the prohibited companies, if you're following Dow Jones, these are the ratios. So that being the case, if they are buying companies in this list, that's a problem because it's haram to own those companies, right? And they're buying it on your behalf. So that becomes a problem. So what you need to do is, and also of course if they're buying bonds, which is just considered straight riba, interest-bearing debt, that's also a problem. And whenever you see low risk, that means bonds and money market, both of which are interest-bearing. So generally speaking, you should try to, I don't know what the rules are here, but you should try to move into Islamic funds. There are companies, a number of companies, Amana Mutual Fund, they have Islamic funds. There is Sharia, Azad Asset Management. There is Iman Fund. There's Sharia Portfolio. Yeah, Sharia Portfolio. and look up Islamic investment funds. So all of these exist here in America. So, and then, you know, it is possible, some of these guys, they will do personally managed. So they might have mutual funds that you just go into. They already do the screening. They have Sharia boards. They should have Sharia boards, right? And they should be following some Sharia rules, but that's their responsibility. You can look, see which companies are doing that, and you should move towards that, you know. That's the general thing that I can say about. I'm going to try to research the 401ks more, but the general rule is that you should be investing in Sharia compliant, according to these rules, the Sharia compliant rules. That's what you should be investing in. You shouldn't be investing in any haram activities.
Question for the 401k, let's say for the private and TSP for the federal government, I'm supposed to contribute because they match it. However, when they match it, they give you a return of, let's say, sometimes 5%, which is kind of an interest.
Well, yeah, the matching is fine, right? I mean, if they're matching, it's fine. And it's good to take advantage of that, right? It's just something that is encouraged to take advantage of that because you're going to be able to strengthen yourself financially through that. The issue is how you invest the funds. The investment should be in a Sharia compliant way, you know? I mean, worst case scenario, if you can't find any Sharia compliant investment, put it in money market and then just give away the interest, you know, if a situation is like that. But I don't know the details of what you can do and what you can't do, and I haven't taken any like cases in detail that I, you know, analyzed. So long as best.
Yeah, without offering any expertise, I mean, some of the things, most of them will offer you an opportunity to take your money out of interest-bearing investments and go straight equity funds. So that's something you can already do. Many of them have what they call socially responsible funds that you can move into, which will take you out of a lot of things like gambling, alcohol, defense, and so on. It may not miss everything, but it will take a lot of those things out. It's usually a socially responsible fund offer. And when they match, when they give you the match, actually, that's not interest, that's part of your compensation to get you to work there. It's just like your salary. So it's not interest by matching. It's part of the compensation.
No, I'm not talking about the matching. When they say, for example, well, let's say you make 60,000 and they say, okay, on 26 bi-weeks, if you put 5%, we match it, and then you, let's say it's 115 on your bi-week check. So at the end, you can make, after 20 years, you make it 200.
You mean the growth in the fund? It depends upon whether or not the growth in the fund is coming from interest-bearing instruments, or is it coming from dividends that are being paid by halal companies, or is it coming from an increase? I had TSP too. I mean, I moved it out because I left it. Or if it's coming from a growth in the stock price of the company. So, for instance, the company I worked for in the fiscal crisis, the stock had gone down to $18 a share, 16. Now it's 67. So, I mean, my thing looks better. The stock is worth more. But it's not interest, it's just a growth in the value of the stock.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Yes.
Just the last question before you leave, John. So what are the legitimate Sharia compliance banks for mortgage that we know?
So what I would say is that any bank that has or institution that has a Sharia board, right, that has approved their product is okay. So if you go to their website or you ask them, you say, oh, so-and-so company, do you have a Sharia board of scholars? They say yes. Do they do a review, on a regular basis? They say yes, khalas, you're okay. So I don't want to say, this company, that company, but that information can be obtained. And maybe, I don't know, maybe personally, I can tell you, but I don't, because I don't want to, I want to support the good governance practice. And this is what the industry says is okay, not just me. This is what the world says is okay. The world says that if you have an Islamic company, you have to have Scholars, 3 scholars who are experts in the field, who certify your products and who do a review on a regular basis. If you do that, you're okay, right? This is the world of scholars. This is what they're saying, you know? So that being the case, that doesn't take away the right of someone who is an individual, for example, here in America, you know, saying that I've reviewed this contract and I don't think it's halal. If this person is qualified, he can do that. But the thing is that these transactions, typically when scholars review it, it takes months. Some of them take months, some of them take years. Going back and forth with the lawyers, with the regulators, with this, with that, and seeing what can be done in the context. Not everything can be done. And sometimes, and Sharia recognizes that. Sharia says, fear Allah as much as you can. So you may find a scholar from the outside reading a contract that's 20, 30 pages, ready-made, and says, oh, I don't like this clause, I don't like this clause, and it should be like this, and he doesn't know that changing it the way he wants to change it is illegal, right? Because he doesn't know those regulations. He doesn't know that, you know, the scholars went back and forth for maybe a year or 2 years until they found something that works with the Sharia in the, you know, according to what's possible in the environment. You know, that's why it's really much better to follow this governance than, you know, a local going to, you know, somebody who is maybe even knowledgeable, but is not aware of all of the other factors that that impact the ruling on these financial transactions, the laws, the regulations, all of that kind of stuff. So, and a lot of the best. Last question?
Yeah, the only question I really had was the issue of being a trader, a stock trader, as opposed to a stock owner. And if putting aside all the issues of what's prohibited, etc., if you're dealing with, you know, everything that's Sharia compliant or to the best of your ability, what is the restriction of being a stock trader? Is that around that bit?
What I understand from this is that there is no difference between a stock trader and a stock owner. For example, Ayofi talks about currency, right? Is there a difference between someone who buys currency because they have a need for the currency, or someone who's just speculating in currency? Just he thinks euro is going to go up, he buys it. He thinks yen is going to go down, right? As long as what you're doing, the transaction is Sharia compliant, and the vehicle that you're using is Sharia compliant, then it's okay if you buy something, you sell it tomorrow, or you buy and you sell it in a year. It doesn't really make a difference.
So then you can do speculation on currencies, the exchange rate of, you know, between the U.S. dollar and Australian dollar. Or,
yeah.
That's
because the rule is that everything is halal until proven haram. I mean, if it can be proven that this particular activity is going to like destroy a country, then that's another story, right? People doing these kind of things, and typically they use non-Sharia compliant means anyway. So, but the general rule is that it's okay. SubhanAllah. Okay, Sheikh from Philadelphia, we have to. Okay, let's do it. Let's take it off.
We're kind of reaching the point.
Yeah, I know.
You don't have to go home, but you know the rest of it.
Yeah. Subhanakallah. You know, subhanallah. Subhanakallah wa bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Barakallahu fikum. Jazakumullah khair, everybody. Really, you made this event. I have a humble request. If you can please go to the website and make sure you put your email and register, because I want to send you a survey. Because I need to get your feedback, inshallah. And also, there are going to be a lot more videos, and we're going to put this up, inshallah, as well. We need to maybe do some editing, we'll put it up. And hopefully we'll continue this conversation of what the needs are here and how we can, inshallah, find solutions together. Bi-idhnillah. Barakallahu fikum. Jazakallah khair.
Jazakallah khair. Thank you for coming, Brother Ashraf. Thank you for reaching out. Thank PGMA for hosting us and staying. I know some of these brothers are like, when do they go home? I got to lock out. And I also want to mention that PGCMC's next event is on August 7th. And it will be here. It's our 4th annual community cookouts that will be done on the field. So everybody's welcome.